Hello, everyone, and hope you've been having a wonderful week as we approach the end of it. The good news is I had a relatively short working day. It only took like 2 hours to get through the small job that we had in line, so that's neat. Got the opportunity to relax for the main of the day, hit the gym, and now we are live for the double streaming whammy. With Bolt Gun and Dusted, we shall be focused on the Thaumaturge tonight. We already got a small taste of it, and so far it's promising. I dig the setting. I dig the introduction of occult elements and delving more into Slavic mythology and putting a curious spin on it. So, fingers crossed. We'll we'll experience more of it tonight. So, without further ado, let me get the game set up. I will pick from where we left off. Did I set myself to offline? Okay, cool. This feels correct. And this video game sure likes to experience some hiccups while loading through different zones. It's fine once you actually load up an area, but that initial period of getting the assets prepared, takes its sweet time. Anyway, our current objective is we have attended our father's funeral, and his last will was read to us. Now, Wiktor, who has been at odds with his paternal figure, hasn't talked to his old man in at least 10 years, from what we know. So, pretty much in a strange relationship, but our old man has decided to leave us with a grimoire, possibly containing some valuable knowledge for thaumaturgists such as ourselves. The problem is we don't know where the book was misplaced. So it's our job currently to try and figure out where it could have been moved, inadvertently or not. Now, we are no regular old slouch detective. Oh no, we have means to support our cause. We have a pretty decent stat allocation going on. Obviously, we'll want to distribute some points into word and mind the moment we unlock extra saluters. Right now, Uprant recently acquired Bukavach, being our two companions. Agony. The skill actually casts the state on random enemy suffering. Doesn't Bukavach already have that though? Unless it's... This is a different spin on it. Wait, maybe that's an extra round of suffering, assuming you're facing multiple enemies at the same time. Could very well be the case. Oh, right. Even if I wanted to, I can't even pursue Mind of Word any further. Because I need the Saluters to even progress the skill tree. That didn't immediately click with me. So, yeah, I suppose we could focus on Deed and Heart for the moment. So we'll get Action Reaction. And Agony. Now we're moving on to the beefier ones that actually require a little more investment. Okay. This just means that you get extra points in your Dimension Force. Fair enough. Music's a little quiet. Although I did put everything at max values. What's the game like here? Well, it's a little quiet by default. That's the thing. I reckon if we engage in dialogue, it's going to be much more audible. Ritual Mask. A wooden mask representing a soldier known as Shurel. The demonic countenance was clothed in the hope that clung to its first and the satisfaction that soon followed. It seems that Father had plans for Shurel, which he eventually managed to fulfill. Tracer and Steinswa, so our dad. Well, here I was warning who our next soldier might be. That's a definite hint. Meowdy Golden. How you been doing, bud? Look at all those dumpies. Shake 'em. AC/DC once saying about shaking a leg, but I implore you to shake a butt instead. Shura, deceitful forest specter from Tatar legends. She leads people astray by taking various shapes. She also has a rather twisted sense of humor. Could it be that Father was hunting the Saluter? Maybe? Looks promising. Suitcase. Another suitcase bearing traces of many travels. Grains of desert sands from Father's trip to Africa had settled in the suitcase. He would set it aside, spinning plans for future voyages into the unknown regions of the material world, reaching for what was hidden behind the veil of reality. Interesting how in many cases of narratives taking place in the 19th, early 20th century, lots of cosmic horror seems to be coming from Africa and the unknown associated with the continent, because our knowledge of it in the Western world was still budding. We didn't know much what was going on in terms of mundane things such as fauna and flora, but also spiritual beliefs of natives. So there was a lot of room there for the imagination to run wild. And what were the most iconic horror writers of that era? Lovecraft also liked to pick up on Africa as a source of inspiration for his far-fetching tales. Books on ancient cultures. Books in hard-leather bindings with many bookmarks. Father would pore over the yellowed pages again and again, reading the same words over and over, trying to extract meaning from them. He repeated the words about dedication and the necessity of sacrifice like a mantra, slamming shut one volume and reaching for another. What does it all mean? What it means that is by perusing all these clues, we got ourselves another skill point. Can't really do much with it though, because, like I said, we get the second tier of upgrades for both heart and deed, so unless I get another one, this is gonna sit dormant for a bit. Letter. The human heart is worth more than all the riches of the material world. Tonight. Sign SR. Tristan, you may know about the mysterious SR. The letter addressed to father and signed with the initials SR. The message only appears to be brief. In fact, the pen strokes were accompanied by an accelerated heartbeat, motivated by a restrained fondness for the addressee. The ink is dripping with special care and warmth that has seeped deep into the paper. Trace familiar, mysterious woman. Okay, so we have a suspicion that the writer's letter is female. Boy, I sure hope Chopin's music is royalty free. I know it was a few second sample, so. Szulski family portrait. Our family portrait. I can remember when it was taken. The year was 1884, and Lydia and I were 9 years old at the time. She was clearly tense, and I remember how Mother admonished her not to smile, not to fidget, and to stand straight. Lydia was to take the cue from her. Mother was able to freeze like a statue and sit there, barely breathing, for a couple of hours. I, on the other hand, posing nonchalantly, was always more unrestrained than my sister. I could get away with more. Behind us, our father, the head of the family. One hand resting patronizingly on the back of the chaise lounge, asserting his ownership. The other holding a grimoire, the black grimoire. Behind father, a shadow, as if a shape was emerging and forming, indicating another presence. That's Belbriv. The family's complete. Repeat this, Belbriv. Can you, elaborate, please? I do respect his, stance, though. I mean, if you're gonna be spending the next couple of hours posing for a family portrait, you may as well make it memorable. Ooh, that's actually a heart saluter. Belbriv, my father's first saluter. Probably not the only one. A perfect match. An ancient Iolo mentioned in the Book of Judges. Secretive by nature, keeper of vegetation and master of insects, that he can command in order to protect people from diseases. According to Ars Goetia... Alright. We are referring to the legendary occult book, which SMT also takes a lot of inspiration from, as far as demon designs go. Essentially, what the Ars Goetia is, it is a famous book in the world of occult, and supposedly it speaks of the way King Solomon was able to bind a group of demon princes to serve him and build a temple to the glory of God, which, when you think about it, is like, what? Like, if you're gonna accumulate a fallen angel, that's certainly one way to do it. But on the other hand, you're you're kind of playing with fire there, buddy. Literally. But yeah, besides that, it is essentially a list of all noteworthy fallen angels who joined Lucifer's rebellion in the very beginning. And after their fall, they have all established some kind of dominion in hell, and each of them represents certain aspects that they rule over. And yeah, some humans find it a fascinating notion to try and contact these demonic princes and gain their favors in exchange for power, wealth, a long life, maybe even immortality, depending who you're dealing with. But there is always a price to pay for such services. Hey, Frosty. Indeed, we are back to our original 2 streams per week schedule. I've been doing a pretty swell job this last month. How long is it gonna last? Not sure, but we'll keep the ball rolling for as long as we can. In this case, going back to the whole Ars Goetia narrative, Bulbarif to me seems like some kind of creative liberty take on it, because I know Barif is like an actual name listed in the Ars Goetia. Well, I figured I would know because he does make an appearance in Shin Megami Tensei. But still, like the illustration representing him, it's pretty dope. According to Ars Goetia, Balber belongs to the Circle of Greater Demons, just like Father. Okay. Wow. This guy just can't. This guy just can't let pass a single opportunity to dunk on this old man. The flaws that attract him are, much like with the upper, those related to the heart dimension, the sensations of the heart, pride, blasphemy, contentiousness, but also consistency, stubbornness, and ambition. Balbarif is gone. He left my father. Where? We do not know what happens to soldiers after Thaumaturge's death. Perhaps they become wild again, unhindered by the pack with their master. But the flaw that used to tether them is gone, so maybe they vanish into the void too. Welcome, Ronin and Noferd. How are my 2 friends doing this fine Saturday? Oh, nice. Well, I hope you have a great time. Sing together with your cats while also enjoying a good snack. Are those cats the type of house animal that immediately, the moment they see you grabbing food, they line up expecting seconds being thrown at them? Because I come from a household where we would spoil our pets a lot, so eventually they would just learn to be greedy little bastards. Okay, are there any more background clues I can expect before talking with Upper? Upstairs possibly. See, this is a neat use of space. Building a second floor small compartment just to store your bookcases. Collection of books on the occult. The titles include Pseudo-Monarchia Demonum, Lamageddon, and Picatrix. The grimoires of historical occultists brim with paternal inquisitiveness. The worn pages, full of annotations in the margins, bear the marks of frequent reading. His heart beating with excitement, Father explored mysteries of demonology, thus expanding his horizons. And what kind of conclusion have we drawn from these clues? They don't beg for food? Oh, that's good. As much as I don't mind giving pets some snacks, it's way too easy to go overboard, and they'll just gain unnecessary weight. So Nice to know that yours have boundaries. Father's search. Father's thoughts were recently occupied with a search for knowledge that bordered on the obsessive. This is related to something much more than his usual curiosity about the world, which I remember him for. He was looking for something, hunting for saluters, exploring the mysteries of everything related to thaumaturgy. The only thing I still don't know is where it led him. Stanislav's last will. My last will, written down the year of our Lord 1888. In the name of the Holy Trinity. Amen. So this is kind of what our lawyer related to us, but I suppose there's a little more detail here. It is my first and irrevocable will that my daughter Lydia Szulska be appointed executrix of this will. Whoa, what an awesome term that is. Executrix. Sure, legally speaking, it just means that she's been appointed to carry out the will, but you gotta admit that Latin term has an awesome connotation to it. Immediately following my death, let an inventory be taken and all my personal movables be sold by public auction. Let the money so collected be offered to beggars at the cemetery. Everything related to the family business I entrust in the custody of my daughter. I do not attribute the manner of administration to her. I only wish that the business be small, not risky, and honest as I had run it. To my friend Alexander Voronin, I wish to leave a collection of muskets and 2 revolvers dating back to the uprising, to our first meeting. I also wish to aid my son Wiktor and entrust my grimoire to him, hoping that he will be able to make good use of it. This is my last will. Carry it out sacredly, even if it seems burdensome to you. Well, I mean, we have 2 or 3 ticked off. The grimoire is gonna be a problem for now.
Jak ty się odnajdujesz na starych śmieciach? Tak, ja też nie przepadam za tym miejscem. Ostatni raz rozmawiałem
Like I said, I like the fact that he doesn't speak outright,
można to nazwać rozmową.
but it's implied that they have some kind of telepathic connection instead.
Koszmarem w zasadzie. Od kiedy zdecydowałem się wrócić, wciąż na nowo przeżywam to jedno wspomnienie. Incydent z lichwiarzem. Jego śmierć widuję coraz częściej. Ciekawe, czy ten jego lombard jeszcze tam stoi.
Imagine being this
Może powinien
ancient
to
entity with immense power, and here he is just standing listening to gossip. I mean, what better use he has of his time now? Find out more about your father's dying moments. Well, I mean, I have the option. I'm gonna look around our family home. Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. Compared to Crowley's Ars Goetia, there are 3 fewer demons. No evidence that all demons are saluters. Baphim, a false lead. Puchil, a false lead. Anton claims to have subjugated Orbus. Mere boasting. Yet another SMT reference. Wink wink. Marchosius. Expected to take on the form of a wolf with the wings of a griffin and the tail of a snake. So it's kind of like a weird manticore kind of thing, except with the base body of a wolf. According to the... Oh, that's a French name. I'm gonna botch it. The Planchery. He takes the form of a wild lioness. Interesting observation by Crowley. Demons are unexplored fragments of our minds. However, in appearance, it resembles an ox with wings. A lead for Sabnok. Unknown. I would like to point out that this was our dad's pastime to read while on the shitter. So the man definitely had some interesting hobbies. Charred letter. My love for you is burning. It keeps me from eating. It keeps me from sleeping. It keeps me from living. Lydia, I am begging you to end my agony. Agree to be my... Letter from Paris, November 1896. Sister of mine, I feel well enough to write something to you. The doctor also recommended I do so. I'm not alone in my anguish. I share a room with one Rayford Morton, whose last name escapes me. They brought him from London, from Dr. Seward's clinic. A very interesting case. He spends his day hunting for the moths, cockroaches, ladybugs, and beetles that come here sometimes. He eats them. He says it gives him strength to wait for the coming of the Lord. But I don't think he means the Savior. I cannot yet reconstruct all the details of the debacle with Paimon. My mind is still in tatters. Paimon visited me no more than a week ago. I know that's impossible. It probably happened only in my mind, but it was so clear. He, as the king of hell, with his host of demons, with the shadows of his penitents, called for me to join them. It was so real. I'll stop here. I'm having a hard time gathering my thoughts. That's a lot of potential saluters being name dropped. Not sure whether we'll be meeting all of them. Message from Mother. Dear child, stop. It is with great sorrow that I received the news of Stanisław's death. Stop. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the funeral ceremony. Stop. My duties in Paris keep me from traveling to Warsaw at this time. Stop. I join you both in mourning and sorrow. Stop. Mama. Duties in Paris, that's rich. Hard to expect anything else coming from you. Got all this lore. But, it's fine, because, like I said, it is free XP. Dear sister, I'm writing to you because sleep eludes me. As I wrote before, I have found a suitable candidate. However, I'm still struggling to reach his flaw. I feel that Paimon is within my reach. I even saw him. Vaguely, but I did. I'll stop here because my nerves prevent me from continuing. W. Yes, I'll be careful. Don't think me a fool like father. You can never be too careful when it comes to dealing with Paimon. Anyone who's watched the movie Hereditary can attest. The Polish Gazette, Evening Edition. Obituaries. In the cemetery in Montmorency on Sunday, the body of a distinguished writer and citizen, the late Seweryna Duchińska, was laid to rest. A handful of compatriots escorted the coffin amidst the pouring rain. The funeral service was very modest. In accordance with wishes of the deceased, the sums allocated for reps were deposited in the coffers of the Klaudia Potocka Charitable Society. The late Antoni Pszczeliński retired age 91. Well, the guy had a long life. The late Barbara Czekała, aged 45. The late Stanisław Szulski, entrepreneur, aged 63. Warsaw Funeral Company, M. Tyszka. The company arranges funerals, exhumations, and the transportation of corpses. Effective warehouse of metal and wooden coffins. Mourning hats, crepe paper, and a vast selection of items used in the time of mourning. Neat. Now we got 2 whole points. Not too sure if I want to hold on to them for a while or not. Ooh. If you want to change your clothes, use the wardrobe. You can expand your clothes collection by visiting the tailor. Neat. Probably, visual only, because I haven't seen the armor system. But, cool that they give you the option. Serious photos, straight backs, stern expressions, noses in the air. 2 boys that are just trying to meet everyone's expectations. Something went wrong here. This is a pretty cozy space right here. I would definitely love to have like a little reading area like this, placed in the nook of a house, if it had that kind of structure. A little further away from the fireplace, but Probably has decent enough heat retention. Well, for the time that it is. Bust of Siren. Sharp avian feature, or siren rather, since, you know, the Greek mythical creature. Sharp avian features bear a wild, disturbing kind of beauty. They make you want to fall into her clutches and be lulled into an eternal dream by her sweet song. Yet, her cryptic, slight smile makes a subconscious primal part of your being cower away from the predator. But isn't a soul the only fair price for the bliss of giving yourself up to that enchanting creature? I don't know about that. I don't know about that at all.
Gdzie jest Grażyna, kiedy jej jest potrzebna?
Answer the phone yourself. You have a mouth, you can speak.
Słucham.
Tutaj mówię? Słyszy mnie teraz? Wiktor? Wiktorze, jesteś tam?
I mean,
Grigori? Tak,
we were talking with the phone.
Wiktorze? Gdzie jesteś?
po drugiej stronie drutu. W domu, gdzie zadzwonił telefon.
Niesamowite.
I think Rasputin is experiencing what you would call a boomer moment for the time. And what right now we can still kind of see with our grandparents marveling over mobile phones.
Skąd wiedziałeś, że mam telefon w domu?
Coś cię przerywa, Wiktorze. Telekomunikuję się z tobą, żeby ci powiedzieć, że znalazłem sobie przystań tu w Warszawie. Gdybyś mnie potrzebował. Jestem przy cmentarzu. Który to numer? Tak. Powązkowska 7. Numer 7. Przy cmentarzu. Powązkowska.
Cieszę się. Dobrze cię słyszeć.
Ciebie też dobrze słychać. Do zobaczenia. Chcę już kończyć. Co teraz? W ten sposób? Wspaniały aparat. Niesamowity. Słucham? O, a teraz?
Just put the handle away, bro. It's that simple. Yeah, sure picked an interesting location to make his temporary lodge by the cemetery. It's almost like he's naturally drawn to where the dead lie. Ooh, speaking of cozy nooks, look at this little space. You know, if I had something like this in my home, this area is getting a vaporwave makeover. Like I'm putting 2 palm trees on either side of the couch, a Roman bust, it's just made for it. Do you know the secret to time travel? It requires but 1 sip of cocoa. All of a sudden, Ligia is reading a book in front of the fireplace, and I'm stacking building blocks. My parents are arguing in the smoking room. It's a warm day, and then everything goes to hell. Kak. Oh. I forgot this is where the basement was. Have some liquor, why not? Liquor is not alcohol, it is more of a tincture in fact. Yes, a medicine. And since life is the most common fatal disease, well, to our health then. Aye, nothing like enjoying some prime time with your uncle.
panicz, Wiktor. Niech zgadnę, przyszedł panicz po kakao.
I had some, in fact. Although, you can never have enough cocoa.
Filiżanka kakao dobrze mi zrobi.
Dzbanek jest w salonie, proszę się częstować. Są też pańskie ulubione ciasteczka. Tak dawno się nie widzieliśmy. Tak się cieszę, że panicz do nas wrócił. Panienka Ligia bardzo wszystko
Certainly
przeżyła.
interesting taste. Getting some cocoa first and then downing it with booze.
A więc wielki Stanisław Szulski zginął, przywalony kamienicą. Czego jak czego, ale śmierci temu nie zazdroszczę.
Straszna śmierć. Okropieństwo. Pan Szulski na to nie zasłużył. Zostaje nam teraz tylko wspominać, jakim wspaniałym był człowiekiem.
Długo to nie zajmie.
I can see it. This was definitely a stylistic choice for the era, especially men having luscious facial hair and then styling it in fashionable ways. I think it's been pretty good so far. Like, the English text, for the most part, conveys the message and the intentions behind the voice lines. I haven't seen much discrepancies. The real test is gonna be if we're gonna try, for instance, bring up some Polish-specific idioms, or maybe a couple of more unique to our culture scenarios. We'll see once we're moving on. But up to this point, it's been a pretty good set of subtitles. So you guys are definitely getting like an optimal experience.
Ligia mi się nie przyzna, ale jak ona się czuje?
Nie ma lekko, ptaszyna. Na sercu jej ciężko, choć nie daje tego po sobie poznać, ale silna jest.
If we watch them sneak an ancient 6-7 reference in here somehow.
I dobrze, że ma teraz panicza do
I'm pretty sure the game came out before the me, but you never know what they retroactively patched in.
Jak komin. Wdała się w ojca. Nie ma co.
A tobie z tą śmiercią, jak się wydaje, Grażynko?
Powiem paniczowi w konfidencji. I ja to jestem prosta kobieta, ale mi się coś w tej śmierci pana Szulskiego nie podoba.
Well,
Co, Grażynka?
I would question that
Nie
part
sądzi
of the
pani, że
dialogue
jakieś siły
where
nieczyste w tym palce nie maczały?
you have confidence.
Chodzi Grażynce o to, że to
But
może
she
mieć
says-
związek z taumaturgią?
I'm telling you
Ja tam nie
w
wiem.
confidency, which in Polish would be more in like
Panicz
saying
wybaczy.
something in secrecy. So it's only between her and him. I think someone in charge of these subtitles got the wrong idea and thought that, oh, this probably means the same in English. No. No, it doesn't. Some terms, despite having a similar root word, have evolved in meaning. So it's more like the proper way of translating this would be, what I'm about to tell is confidential. If you really wanted to make a direct translation, but the more proper casual way would be, let me tell you in secrecy.
Innym razem, Grażynko. Nie będę ci przeszkadzał.
Roboty zawsze dużo, ale na pogawędkę z paniczem zawsze znajdzie się czas.
Oh, there's a sister.
Znalazłeś
looking for
już
you.
coś na temat grymuaru? Mogę ci jakoś pomóc?
Dude, now that No Third brought up how the main protagonist looks like the guy from Expedition 33. I'm starting to see some resemblance in Ligia here as well. I mean, I know we're going for a particular kind of aesthetic here, but it's actually kind of wild. Them noticing more and more subtle correlations.
Co zamierzasz? Teraz ty tu rządzisz. Masz jakiś wielki plan?
Wielki plan. Na razie staram się tylko jakoś utrzymać na powierzchni. Pewni klienci
That's
są
some
zdani,
mad
że kobieta
risk.
nie podoła prowadzeniu przedsiębiorstwa. Co gorsza,
Not only that, but look at her.
kobieta bez
Hold
mocy.
that cigarette like an
Też
actual
nie wie.
boss.
Thaumaturg u mojego boku zamknąłby im wszystkim usta. W sumie to też twoje dziedzictwo.
See, you don't really need like an obnoxious personality to indicate that a woman is depicted as like a strong lead type. Sometimes more subtle cues, like the way she dresses or the way she carries herself, have a lot more meaning. And this is like a neat way of pointing that, yeah, Ligia is more capable than you would expect out of her.
Nie wiem nic o prowadzeniu firmy, ale jeśli mogę jakoś
Well,
pomóc,
let's be a
to
good
wiem, że można
brother.
pomóc.
I mean, it's been already
Dziękuję.
hinted that
To wiele dla mnie znaczy.
they generally have a
Ufam, że dym ci nie przeszkadza.
good sibling relationship with one another.
Spodnie to niecodzienny styl. Do tej pory widywałem kobiety w spodniach jedynie na wschodzie.
Przede wszystkim praktyczne. Mamy XX wiek.
Times are
Najwyższa
changing.
pora, żebyśmy zaczęły się nosić wygodnie.
Well, he's not wrong with this line. That is a brave choice for the time.
Zawsze byłaś odważna. Niczego i nikogo się nie bałaś. Jak wtedy, kiedy matka prawie dostała apopleksji, bo utopiłaś mi w kakao odświętny krawat.
Jej gniew nie miał znaczenia. Chciałam się odegrać, bo nie chciałeś się ze mną bawić.
Bo byłaś nieznośna.
Chciałeś powiedzieć odważna? Swoją drogą,
Hey,
Grażyna wciąż co wieczór parzy kakao. Możesz sobie przypomnieć smak dzieciństwa, jeśli chcesz. Chcesz może jeszcze o czymś porozmawiać?
this family is like a bunch of crack addicts on cocoa.
Kiedyś stroniłaś od zapachu tytoniu. Wchodząc do gabinetu ojca wstrzymywałaś oddech.
Tak było. Ale potem zostałam tu sama z tatą i jakoś tak przez te wszystkie lata przywykłam. Nawet nie wiem, kiedy zaczęłam go naśladować.
Córeczka tatusia. Zawsze byłaś z nim bliżej.
Nieprawda? Byłam po prostu mniej niepokorna niż ty. Jego synek Thaumaturg. Mów, co jeszcze zajmuje twoje myśli?
Ask about the woman's trace you found in the study.
Znalazłem u ojca ślad nieznajomej kobiety, którego nie potrafię przypasować.
Pewnie Swietłana Rumiancewa.
Yep, that's an easy name to remember.
Kim ona jest i co ojciec miał z nią wspólnego?
We'll just call her Svetlana.
to rosyjska
for simplicity's sake.
arystokratka. Podróżuje z dworem Romanowów. Powiem tylko, że była klientką ojca.
Klientką. Nie chcesz mówić, to nie. Gdzie ją znajdę?
Kiedy jest w mieście, zatrzymuje się w hotelu imperialnym.
Ona
Noted.
może wiedzieć coś, co pomoże mi znaleźć grimoire.
Nie tak prędko. Do tego, aby się tam dostać, będę ci potrzebna ja i moje koneksje. Swietłana słynie z tych swoich soirée, na które sprasza prawie całą
And now you know how to
warszawską
pronounce the GFL event. Swa. Bra.
Co to jest soirée?
Ile mówisz, że mieszkałeś u matki w Paryżu? Po prostu wieczorek, jeśli wolisz. Wiesz co to?
Zabawne.
Moglibyśmy pójść razem. Zróbmy tak. Ty nabędziesz strój wieczorowy, a ja załatwię zaproszenia.
Sounds like
Nie
a sweet
chcę
deal.
słyszeć, że nie.
Nie dałaś mi niestety żadnych szans. Wszystko z mojej szafy jest niestety przedpotopowe. Potrzebuję krawca.
Na Próżnej 11 jest jeden zakład, całkiem solidny. No i szybki. Mamy też w Warszawie golibrodów, gdybyś zechciał coś zrobić z tym, co wyhodowałeś na głowie
Ooh.
i twarzy.
Hey now. You say that, but what if I got even a fancier beard than we have? Go to the hotel to connect the evening wear. Additionally, visit a barber. Green Square as opposed to the garden. Okay. Well, for the most part, we can just let nature reclaim the soul here. But can't say I particularly mind it, because it does feel like you're going out to your very own private little forest.
Zgubiliście się?
Kurwa. Chojracz, to nic ci się nie stanie.
Nas jest więcej.
Proud answer. Point out they don't have the edge, attack, and let them withdraw. Well, you know what the punishment is for trespassing. That's right.
Nie mam całej nocy.
I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm not gonna invest just yet. I'll hold on to these points. Okay. So there's more coming along. The quicker I can get rid of these guys, the better. Okay, so Upper is our optimal saluter in this scenario. Yeah, let's start off by enabling suffering on him. And then we can do bloody penance. Okay. And we have just about enough. And a quick attack. I love that combo. From back and front. Old wound increases damage from the soldier's next attack by 50%. I'm sure. And bloody penance. Watch this. Give him the old 1-2. Got him. Whoa, buddy. No wonder they're trying to break in. This guy can't even afford a shirt. Well, I mean, his strategy seems to be working decently thus far. Not in this case, though. Oh, wait, maybe we need to... not necessarily. I'm guessing Bukovac is more optimal for our Muscle Fiend here. At or less than 50%. Cast the state on an enemy. That will be better as a follow-up. To be honest. Fist doesn't seem to do a whole lot. So let's try and break him mentally. No, that did the trick. The enemy is not in breakdown state. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm thinking. Even though I'm pretty sure we have a good chance of kicking his ass. However, I'm gonna recover some HP, just to be sure. Let's make quick work of this dingus, because my own focus is about to be broken. Perfect.
Won z mojego trawnika.
Get off of my property. There's no way any of them should be alive.
Usłyszałam
I've
głos.
told that cutting and
Jesteś cały?
smacking.
Nic mi nie jest. Mieliśmy kilku nieproszonych gości.
Włamywacze? Co się dzieje z tym miastem? Idę zadzwonić do wujka.
Chyba nie ma pośpiechu. Nie sądzę, żeby szybko znów spróbowali kogoś okraść.
A much welcome break from all the detective work. Could have easily skipped the fight if you didn't feel like it, but we don't get too many opportunities to engage with the combat mechanics, so I don't think there was any way to change up the pace. Svetlana. The mysterious woman exchanging letters with my father was Svetlana Rumyantseva, a lady in waiting in the Tsar's court, well situated. I don't think my sister is too keen on her. Well, I mean, she's associated with the royal family, so it is to be expected. Povishle. If someone seeks true decadence, they should go to Povishle. Here, one can only find crumbling buildings, bleak river waters, and faces marked with illness. Hard work deprived of joie de vivre. When I was a kid, I didn't come here too often. Hovels patched with decayed boards are mostly inhabited by workers, porters, small-time craftsmen, coopers, dredgers, and women of easy virtue. That's a nice way of putting it. Measly shacks, much like haggard human beings, seem to huddle together to keep at least some of the heat from escaping through window slits. But do not look to your neighbor for help. These hard-bitten creatures struggle mostly for their own survival. Cold winds from the Vistula penetrate everything, smothering all spirit, extinguishing the flame of encouragement and hope. The only comfort comes from knowing that everything will pass, lost in the abyss of time. The Imperial Hotel. I remember that my mother and father were sometimes invited to parties at the Imperial. How excited my mother would get. It was all she would talk about for the next few days. How exquisite it was, how beautiful, how expensive. Nothing seems to have changed since then. You have to be an aristocrat to possess a fortune to rent a room here. Well, anywho. Let's get ourselves a nice suit for the party and maybe consider also grooming at the barber. So, where's the barber? Do I have to, like, unlock them first for exploration? Brochure. Dr. Campbell's safe arsenic soap removes freckles and red spots, giving a soft, matte whiteness to the complexion. It can even handle a strong tan. The secret of radiant skin. You'll find it in all major drugstores and perfumeries. The main store is in Warsaw in F. Zamenhof Pharmacy, 8 Iron Gate Square. Pay attention to the brand and signature. Arsenic soap does indeed sound like the perfect recipe to deal with your skin problems. Permanently, might I add. Advertising poster. The Perfect new phonograph reproduces singing, music, and declamation more clearly and styling than the most expensive gramophones. It does not hum, and the needle lasts for many years without having to be replaced. For 32 rubles. Extreme popular among music lovers. If stock runs out, we accept reservation for the next shipment. Songs from operas and operettas. Church songs, declamations, waltzes, polkas, and marches. Main search of Perfect new phonographs. Adam Klimkiewicz, Warsaw, 14 Leszno. This might seem charming to read, but think about how vinyls nowadays are making a comeback. We've truly gone full circle as far as musical progression goes. I feel the ratio of liquid joy to throat-pinching euphoria growing with each passing moment. Also, since we now jump to 3 points, increase afflicted damage by 50%. Say no more. Uh-oh. We're in Silent Hill, boys. The mystical fog is preventing me from escaping this pocket dimension. Oh, that's cool. Nowadays, these kind of things are more like tourist attractions. Oh, the barber is a cemetery. Sure, we could go over there. Possibly also get the opportunity to chill more with our compadre Rasputin. It's not listed as an objective, but there was a house here, unlike the others, that I could interact with. Ah, that could be it.
Czy to jest odpowiednia pora na odwiedziny?
Whoops.
Co się dzieje?
Okay.
Nazywam się Wiktor Szulski.
First, this is where I had not enough
Rano
pride.
wróci, jak przyzwoici ludzie robią.
Bez obaw, ja do Rasputina.
Przeczuwam, że przebywa w Saloniku.
They don't make bathrooms like these anymore. Well, maybe if you're in a older property, repurposed as a hotel. But yeah, back then, this had a lot more utility space than just, oh, this is a place to wash yourself and take care of other business.
Interesujące.
The Szulski's apartment, while not too big, is impressive. It's well furnished and displays their wealth. This is not big for you? Bro. Oh, if only he knew how people live nowadays. 365 dinner recipes for 5 Polish zlotys by Lucyna C. Bread pudding. Slice your bread, whole meal's best, thinly and dry to brown, then mash it into flour. Take 3 tablespoons of this bread flour, a glass of French wine, a cup of sugar, add 8 egg yolks into it, and some cloves, cinnamon, mashed vanilla, pour a tablespoon of clarified butter, and the foam of said 8 egg whites. Mix together, pour into a saucepan, grease with butter, and sprinkle with breadcrumbs. Put in the oven for a quarter of an hour. Serves 4 to 6 people. I never got to try bread pudding. I am aware that it exists, but, well, obviously it's a more old-fashioned dish, so nowadays I imagine something like this would be served in restaurants as like a more exquisite type of cuisine. Kind of wild how in some cases traditional food that used to be associated with lower social status, like in the case of Central Eastern Europe pierogi, because that initially used to be something peasants would eat at home, that actually became like a widespread phenomenon, going as far as noble households. Invitations. A pile of invitations, tea parties, and dinners from Warsaw's notable personalities. The most recent one is from Countess Lermontova. So cool that they let me just intrude upon their private quarters. Swine, that's all they are. Not gentlefolk. Back in the day, this used to be considered a banger. Ooh, the noble lady of the house, she sure eats healthy. Meanwhile, her husband, now this guy. This guy has the appearance of someone who does alchemy for a living, is trying to discover the secret of turning lead into gold.
Czy to on?
We własnej osobie.
How's it going,
Poznajcie
friendo?
się. Aniela Nadarzyńska, moja droga gospodyni. Wiktor Szulski, mój drogi przyjaciel.
Pański ojciec miał piękny pogrzeb.
Dziękuję.
Moja droga, na dziś już skończymy. Dowiem się teraz, z czym Wiktor do nas przychodzi. Co cię sprowadza?
Przecież to ty dzwoniłeś.
Bardzo zabawne.
Dynamic that these two have. They only met each other like, I don't know, maybe a week ago, but it already seemed like good friends.
Wyglądasz na zadomowianego. Długo będziesz zagrzewał tu miejsce?
Obawiam się, że nie. To bardzo mili ludzie, ale znowu doświadczyłem wizji. Jeszcze nie przerażającej, ale niepokojącej.
Podzielisz się?
Później. Co cię do mnie sprowadza?
A friendly reminder that Rasputin told us that he had a disturbing premonition revolving around Prince Ferdinand, and since canonically this takes place before World War One, I think you can connect the dots and try and guess what this is building up to.
Długo ich znasz?
Nie, ale Aniela i Lucjan to moje dwie dobre dusze. Wzięli mnie, ubogiego kaznodzieję, pod swój dach, czego nigdy im nie zapomnę.
Im też pomagasz?
Jestem ukojeniem dla zszarganych nerwów Anieli, ale to
Oh, more than nerves, I can assure you.
tobie trzeba.
He and the good lady are definitely on very, close terms with one another. Let's just put it that way.
Dlaczego mi się tak dziwnie przyglądała? Co jej o mnie opowiadałeś?
Nigdy nie widziała Thaumaturga. Wspomniałem jej tylko, jak się poznaliśmy. Mogę ci jakoś pomóc?
No, not really. I just came here
Nie
to have a
będę
chat.
zawracał ci głowy. Porozmawiamy następnym razem.
Drzwi nadarzyńskich zawsze są dla ciebie otwarte.
Says the man who's only a guest here. Taming Darkness. Huh. Curious. I didn't have that listed as objective, but maybe it was there in the background. Anywho. You know what that means? Whoosh. Next year. Now, let us go and hit up the barber. See how potentially vast the selection of hair options is. Nice of him to be running his business this late in the night. Oh, here's a fun, interesting little fact. So, Goli Brada is actually an older Polish term for a barber. It literally translates to someone who shaves beards. Beard shaver, if you will.
Proszę.
Niech mnie pan doprowadzi do porządku.
Tak jest.
Alright, what we got? Classic disarray. An echo of the past cuts through this artistic disarray. This used to be a study hairstyle, but it went rogue in the absence of a hairdresser. Okay, we could go for a little more groomed appearance. A sad part that makes the face look slender and a little aggressive. Proper Warsaw lad. The top of the hairstyle with shorter sides. This style is becoming increasingly popular in America. Fancy comb over. A smart classic hairstyle. Tamed thanks to pop quality Dutch pomade. Gravedigger's stream. Strands of hair falling across the forehead add a touch of flippancy and are not the lace fashion from French hair salons. I actually thought this would looked almost identical to the previous one, but no, it's a little more focused on the center. Graveyard chic. The really part represents reluctance to conform to fashion conventions. Globetrotter. A neatly trimmed beard and mustache add a tone of seriousness and staidness to one's face. Cossack's mustache. A Bagador-style mustache, properly shaped with the use of pomade, can intensely attract women's eyes. Abraham Lincoln? A beard and clean-shaven upper lip after the Dutch fashion is a perfect way to sport lush facial hair, while being able to enjoy thick soups and sauces without restraint. Van Dyke beard. A pointed beard elongates the chin and makes the face look slender. Oh, it actually kind of does. Huh. That's a curious optical illusion. Elegiac charm. A thin-pointed beard and short mustache is way more practical and forward-thinking variation of the latest trend in barber fashion. Pavorsky Cabby. The imperial cut will make any gentleman look like an emperor. I'm kind of feeling the Abe Lincoln beard. Will be a good hairstyle to go along with. We could go for a very groomed Abe Lincoln kind of look. It genuinely looks like I'm playing some entirely different character now. Holy smokes.
Proszę wybaczyć, nie zwykłem rozmawiać z klientami. Jest pan zadowolony?
I look much more serious now.
Tak, ma pan talent.
Lata wprawy. Moi klienci są zawsze zadowoleni.
Yeah, sure. That will do for now. In case we need a makeover, which, well, I suppose we could do a little fun extra incentive with each new stream. We take Wiktor to the barber, change up his hairstyle. Okay, now that we got that covered, let's grab my boy some new wear. Where is the barber? No, the barber, tailor. They watered down the beer in the London bar, the bastards. Some things never change, do they? And to make matters worse, it's probably still the price compared to just getting it anywhere else. Ah. Gotta make sure to swing by all of these. We have at least two more. Oh, that's the carpenter's workshop. And that is a bookstore. Well, it took the bot a while as opposed to the last Balkan stream, but there you go. There's our token advertisement for the night. Good call. I was about to take him down, but nicely done. Hey, no problem. What you're currently playing? What's the pastime while having the stream run in the background? Oh, there we go. Here's the tailor. Whoremongers, they have no taste.
Przepraszam.
Szlak, zapomniałem przekręcić klucz.
Słucham.
Ja słucham. W czym rzecz?
Oh, that's rude. Something continues to elude you. Keep searching. Ooh, we can actually probe a little more into this guy.
Potrzebny strój wieczorowy na już.
Dobre proporcje.
Dziękuję.
Poprawki nie zajmą długo. Pańska godność, adres?
Sailor
Wiktor Szulski,
tattoo.
Plac Zielony
His arm.
9.
Poślę gońca, jak już skończę. Teraz wróciłbym do swoich spraw.
Nie będę przeszkadzał.
Tak, tak.
As in, I won't be talking to you, but I will have a look around your premises. Scribbled patterns, incomplete tailing designs. There is staggering anger radiating from the patterns. Desperate hands try to sketch something valid, interesting, and original to no avail. All that stuff is chaos and impatience. Taylor's mannequin. This is where the Taylor's ideas come to fruition. There are individual threads of focus left in the mannequin being ripped apart by customers' visits. All the ideas that aren't good enough are rejected. Nothing but more alterations. So, he might be going through a rough patch. Coffee cups. Dirty coffee cups. In the dregs, I can still feel the stress that urges the tailor to make more coffee and drink it hastily. Coffee's better than sleep. To sleep is to waste precious time that could be used for more alterations. I know some people share that mentality that if they could help it, they would sacrifice sleep for more productivity, but to me, I don't know. If anything, sleep allows us to dive into dreams, and those kind of experiences are too precious, in my opinion, to give up to. Like, tell me, where else am I going to feel the sensation of pointing a gun at the sun, shooting it, and then it implodes into a supernova? Well, maybe if someone designed a video game about it, sure, but other than that... Imploring note. The note was written by the tailor's impatient customer, urging him to promptly complete the order. Otherwise, they threatened to revoke their advance and ruin the tailor's reputation. The tailor struggles. The tailor has a steady hand for sewing, but his head reverberates with the lack of ideas. He needs inspiration, as frustration and patience won't breed any good ideas. The way things are going, he won't finish the job or find creative peace. Me too. The thing is, the older you get, the more you naturally slow down. So there is less urgency in your actions. Work, while important, becomes less of like a focal point, because you want to get like all the hustle and bustle out of your way in your formative years. But yeah, as the years go by, you're more like, I mean, I'd rather just rest up or pursue my other hobbies instead.
Pan Szulski, proszę, co nowego?
No, a little more polite this time. Mention his lack of inspiration.
Nie umknęło mi, że walczy pan z pewnym brakiem inspiracji.
Bystre ma panoczka. Książeczka ułatwia takie sprawy, co? Ja się muszę domyślać, co każdemu się wyobraża.
Mogę panu jakoś pomóc?
Chcę wiedzieć, czego kurwa ludzie szukają w obecnej modzie.
Notice how the subtitles totally omitted the swear word.
Nie mam pojęcia, jak to inaczej ma być wymyślone. Powiesz mi pan to, to będę zobowiązany. W zamian uszyję panu, co pan zechcesz.
Niech no wyostrze zmysły.
Okay. I'll
Nie będę przeszkadzał.
have my
Tak.
eyes peeled. You receive a quest, the Tailor's Dilemmas. So, if we go to... that's a good call. Where are the quests stored? Ah, alright. So they are time-based, these ones. Availability of this quest is limited. So I can't really push it too far. As far as the main storyline goes, otherwise this will become unavailable. And return to him and find something worthy being called a fashion trend. Gotcha. Ooh, so these for the plasticans. Actually enables something else as well. It's encouraging me to look for the places portrayed in them. We could do that. I mean, as far as exploring outside, I'm not really limited. Throw another one in while I'm at it. Vienna Station, so where we came from? Rather, where we arrived initially? Guys, I know I said I would slow down with the video game purchases, but look, hear me out. Legacy of Kain Defiance has another price cut. We could totally follow up Soul Reaver with the next mainland entry in the near future. It is a strong possibility. I'm not saying it will happen, but it is something worth considering. Look at the overall map. I wonder if I can actually go to these two spots. Well, the hotel is pretty much a guarantee, since that is a key location or quest line. What's this? Pickett's diary. I now turn to the description for the rest of my family. My nephew, Count Orkowski, lost his father at a young age. This event weighed on the rest of his life and pushed him slowly toward the abyss of moral corruption. Ever since he grew from a sweet little boy whose angelic face could do no wrong into an impudent young man, the apartment at 15 Erewańska Street has turned into a tabernacle near which every Christian should turn their face away with contempt. Walls that were once the pride of our family now bear witness to hideous deeds, hosting the worst company a young man can surround himself with. Concerned neighbors have more than once brought me information that makes my hair stand on end. It is rumored that my nephew has let himself be tempted by Western fads and partakes in opiates handwritten card with a worn edge. It must have fallen out as a result of repeated turning. According to the author, the apartment 15 Erewańska Street hosts parties where people partake in opiates. I mean, that was the drug of choice at the time. You didn't really have a massive selection. I believe this is where we originally arrived in Warsaw. Yeah, I recognize the layout now. And behold, we have more of these points of interest we can engage in. Oh, there's the hotel. So if I approach it, will that do anything? Oh, we can't even get inside yet. That's the thing. What's going on here? All the blood. Oh, there we go. Nailed one. Where the train station is. Get a big chunk of XP from it. Sweet. That seems close to the riverside. Yeah, for that we would have to go to Powiśla. Look, it's an RPG after all. If they give me the ability to explore at my own pace, I'm sure as hell gonna engage. Especially with all these extra incentives to look around. Carnival Ball at the Public Casino, before midnight. The Polonaise, Doroshansky, Waltz, Franciszkiewicz, the Quadrille, Repczański, the Mazurka, Gajewski. After midnight. After midnight. The Cotillion by Popiołek, the Lancers, Sośnicki, the Polka Frank, Mai, the White Mazurka, Racek. Buy a donut? Heck yeah. One bite is enough to make me feel like I'm 8 years old again. I feel like Warsaw donuts are the only sweet thing that happened to me in life. Yep. That right there is a typical donut you'd find around this part of the world, which we call pączki in our native language. What a particular choice of fashion, dear lady. Surely it's not indicative of what kind of occupation you are engaged in. The London Bar. With all these skill points. I'm grabbing left and right. Green Square. That's up north. Got 2 more down here. No discounts for the Tsar's man. Do. I don't know what that could be. Oh, it's actually a family home. Go figure. I may as well check out all these devices, because even if I am not able to run everything at once, at least then when I happen to pass by a viewpoint, I'll be able to tick it off. I may have walked by that dome earlier on. It's in fact the Holy Trinity Church. Starting to get a little more familiar with our surroundings. Yeah, the moment you walk off the main street, you can definitely see the difference in quality of life. How many more do we have? We go to Powiśle. There's also a quest involving the loan shark. Also the riverbank. Oriental party accounts. Green Square, family home. Okay, we can head back to the other part of Śródmieście. The ball can wait. I have other business to attend to. See? There's our home sweet home. I'm gonna assume if you actually go out of your way to do all these side gigs, you get more than enough experience points to maybe complete the entire Thaumaturge skill tree. He's definitely being super generous right now. Circus Niseli, one on Natska Street at the corner of Tuokulnik. And your ticket for the show on September at 4 p.m. 30 kopecks. Daily Courier, Classifieds. Make clothes, costumes, and gowns in keeping with the latest designs that I stocked up in Paris. Polewska, 150 Marszałkowska Street. The Warsaw Music Society invites you to a concert at Reduta Halls featuring Chiborowska, Glasówna, Mixed Choir. Fluid course for young people at Przybłuski to Żurawia Street. In news, the Supreme Decree on the language of introduction in the kingdom's private schools was announced. Manifestations in Moravia's Brno. A well-known thaumaturgist is dead. The body of Raymond Kinley was found near Tower Bridge. A mutiny broke out on the Austrian cruiser Panther. A meeting of Danish ministers on the candidacy of Prince Charles for the Norwegian throne was held in Copenhagen. Oh. Sweet. Here's the park area. And it happens to be right next to Trinity Church. How fortuitous. So we have the cemetery and the Warsaw Courier. Not about the Courier, though. I mean, we met the reporter in the cemetery, but does that mean that the whole business is located in that part of town? Not sure. Regardless, I'll swing by there before I go to the riverside. Oh, hang on, though. Another one here. Hit 6 points, geez. That is pretty insane. Not much else to do here besides check up on the Rasputin if we need to. What's that? Józefa Nowinska funeral parlor in Warsaw, 16 Targowa Street offers first-rate decorations equipment and arranges funerals ranging from the humble to the most extravagant. Very low prices. Oh, hang on. I think once I unlock the landmark, I can check where it is. Here. Yeah, okay. It is memorized. That's very helpful. I wonder where Vaiska Street is. Where we know those crazy parties take place. Okay, we've got two here. Let's check those out. For those curious, because I did mention that I'm going to start up Stellar Blade next week. I just still need to install the game and run it to see if it performs smoothly, which it should. They have a decent PC, and even if we run into some tech issues, we can try and smoothen those out during the actual first stream. But yes, I am aware of the trailer that Shift Up's account shared the other day, and all the pushback that ensued. It's not surprising, giving Asian developers a push on AI. In that side of the world, it is particularly becoming more and more rampant in the video game industry. I don't really condone it, because if possible, I would prefer a human touch, especially into artwork and design in general. I am still gonna play for the first game, because from what I'm aware, that's before Kim Hyun, the director, decided to push for the technology. So the first Blade should be free of any like AI influence. As for the sequel, well, I'll wait and see how the game turns out. Maybe they'll dial down a notch during actual development, and there won't be much, if any, inclusion in the final product. Perhaps they'll double down instead. Who's to say? We're still looking into the far future with Blood Rain. Okay, that seems to be the extent of our exploration here. Off to Povishla it is then. The Moonshine Bar And a brothel? Ooh. What's spicy? Well, that journal entry wasn't lying. This sure is a rougher part of town. Pawn shop. Buy, sell, exchange. Pawn lawns. Pledge anything. Open from dawn till dusk. Should have said from dusk till dawn. Brothers, the 11-hour workdays are killing us. Let's follow the example of the workers in the German English factories and fight to reduce them to 9 working hours. Join the strike on September 13th. Put down your tools and join the fight for our future. If only these guys knew about Japanese work culture. Oh, they'd be grateful for 11-hour working days. Drinking spirits causes death. Vodka causes poverty. Prostitution spreads venereal diseases. Choose health. Use soap. Yeah, I'm sure soap will help fight your substance addiction. Last list of chores. Buy workwear, sweatshirt, daily courier, lamp oil, tobacco. Take the clothes to the laundry. Pick a parcel from Mrs. Marlewska. Bring the inkwell. It's in the third drawer from the top in the white cupboard.
Dawno mnie tu nie było.
Ooh,
Co chcesz mi powiedzieć, przyjacielu?
indeed. What do you want me to tell me? Visions. When an area is enveloped in red fog, it's a sign that the Upper wants to show you something. Go where the fog is thinner. Stay away from the places where it gets thick, and remember that Upper doesn't like to be ignored. If you go into the fog, the vision will disappear. Okay, well...
Będę pierwszy, zobaczycie.
Wolniej, wolniej, całe ubranie zachlapiecie.
I was gonna try and save in case I mess this up, but... I think it should be streamlined.
Ten dzieciak to ja. Matka myślała, że postradałem.
What a freeze frame.
Pewnie Ligia też. A to, jak wiemy, nadeszło dopiero później.
Man, something about
Maurycy też tam był.
the facial architecture in this game,
Później śmiał się ze mnie.
especially this,
To były moje urodziny.
actually looks scarier than the saluter next to him. A smile with 1,000 pictures. Another vision? Ooh. An unknown slaughter.
Morana, witaj.
No, I will not walk into the river.
Zobaczmy, co cię tu przyciągnęło.
Tempting as it is.
Coś poczułem. Gdzie to jest?
Vision on the bank. On one of the riverbanks in Powiśle, I saw a ghastly woman in a soaked slip standing up to her ankles in water. Morana. The gaze of the goddess of death and new beginnings made my blood freeze. I want to know more about her. Always down to recruit a new saluter in my ranks. Morana Marjana. For Slavs, she is the personification of both passing and rebirth, the Lady of New Beginnings. Indeed. In our culture, we have a tradition where during springtime, the beginning of the season, you make a dummy made of straw, dress it up, and send down the riverbank as a sign of a new beginning and the passing of winter. What's in Nadarzyński? Mr. and Mrs. Nadarzyński are hosting a dispute in their apartment on Skowska Street. Self-explanatory. It's the same note, but still get experience from collecting it.
Niech pan się kapkę przesunie w lewo.
What are you drawing there, buddy? Huh?
Zasłania pan widok.
Co pan tu robi? Rysuje pan ilustracje do gazety?
Raczej prywatnie, jako lokalny artysta. Kajetan jestem.
Specjalizuje się pan w martwej naturze?
That's one way of putting
Można
it.
tak to ująć. Tu na Powiślu nigdy nic ciekawego się nie działo. A tu proszę. Morderstwa o artystycznym zacięciu. Bardzo inspirujący materiał.
The corpse painter, a nice but slightly odd person. He seems completely indifferent to things that preoccupy ordinary people. The only thing that excites him is painting murder victims. A guy can't have a hobby anymore.
Powiśle to chyba niezbyt atrakcyjne miejsce do życia.
You think?
A czy życie samo w sobie jest atrakcyjne? Nie wydaje mi się. Nawet te okaleczone ciała nie mają oczu. Jakby morderca mówił, że nie ma tu na co patrzeć.
Czyli według pana nic nie ma znaczenia?
Dokładnie. Jedno nieszczęście pchnęło mnie kiedyś nad tę rzekę. Chciałem zakończyć swoje życie. Ale rzeka mnie nie chciała i wyrzuciła z powrotem na brzeg. Postanowiłem, że zostanę.
Wow. That's one way of accepting your fate. Even the river didn't want this guy. Caitlin told me quite bluntly that he tried to take his own life once by plunging into the river, but it wouldn't have him. Oh, could that be related to Marjana, I wonder?
Co dokładnie pan maluje?
Trupy.
Ktoś mógłby powiedzieć, że zmarłemu należy się szacunek.
Ja twierdzę, że zarówno życie, jak i śmierć nie mają żadnego znaczenia. Zasłania mi pan.
Pójdę już.
Okay, fine. I'll let him have at least some joy in his fragile existence.
Proszę się odsunąć. To jest miejsce zbrodni.
Zauważyłem. Czy mi się wydaje, czy Denat nie ma oczu?
Panie, no nie ma. Jak ma mieć? Jak to szósta ofiara rybaka.
Fisherman, you say?
Szulski, co to za pogaduchy? A ty 3 kroki w tył. No już.
The fisherman. Powiśle is haunted by the fisherman, a killer who abandons his victims in the riverbank gutted like fish.
Ten cały rybak to jakiś miejscowy kryminalista?
Zjeżdżaj stąd ładnie, proszę. Jeszcze.
Spokojnie, już się oddalam. Nie chcę przeszkadzać.
Jeszcze mi tylko parady gapiów, kurwa, do szczęścia brakowało.
That struck a nerve with him. You just see that little slide. I think like we might want to pursue this matter further.
Czego znowu? Rogulski, czy ja kurwa wszystkim się mam zajmować? Pilnuj odstępu. Do tyłu! Do tyłu! Nie naruszać miejsca zbrodni.
Not right now, it seems. Maybe if we keep our eyes peeled. You know, eyes, because they're an important element here in the whole serial murders.
Jak? Biorą?
Nie ma to znaczenia. Czego pan chce?
Jaki tam pan? Wiktor jestem. Chciałem tylko podpytać, co się tutaj wyprawia.
Z tą policją cholerną? Rybaka próbują złapać. A rybak swoje robi.
That's why he's so versatile for is because they're a bunch of dicks.
To źle, że swoją robotę robią?
A po co to komu? Ktoś ich wołał? Ktoś narzekał?
Mam rozumieć, że morderstwo nikomu nie przeszkadza?
A bo to na Powiślu morderstw nie ma? Nic wielkiego. Rzeka daje, rzeka zabiera. Poradzimy sobie, a policji to my tu nie potrzebujemy.
A co to za rybak?
Ten, co to ciało na plaży zostawił. Na kusieńkie, z otoczakami zamiast oczków i z haczykiem wbitym w podniebienie.
Jak rybka. Zawsze tak robi.
Policja go woła regularnym mordercą. Już chyba z 10 osób tak urządził. Skubaniec.
Brzmicie, jakby was to za bardzo nie ruszało.
A co tu ma ruszać? Zabija to zabija. Nie nam oceniać, czy to dobrze, czy źle.
As long as the fish keep biting,
Rzeka zabiera. No.
that's all they care about. They want to start a fisherman
Nie
investigation.
mogą tego rybaka złapać, mimo że tyle już zabija? Dobrze rozumiem?
Sprytny jest. Mądry. Nie to co te mundurowe durnie. A wszyscy wiedzą, kto to.
Jak to?
Tak to. Widzisz pan na plaży tego, co se sztalugi w piachu postawił i maluje?
To on jest rybakiem.
Wszystkie te ciała maluje, zawsze jest blisko nowych. Nawet mu nalot na tę jego ruderę zrobili. Nie, Edek?
No.
Admitted it looks suspicious.
Fakt, wygląda podejrzanie.
Wszyscy gadają, że to on. Dziwak z niego. Żyje jak pustelnik w tej ruderze. Nic dla niego nie ma wartości. To może i życie ludziom odbiera, tak, o, dla hecy.
I mean, they make a compelling argument out of it. According to popular opinion, the peculiar artist named Kale is the fisherman. He's usually the first one seen at the crime scene.
Ta rudera to gdzie?
Wzdłuż rzeki pójdziesz i za warsztatem. Dobrze gada Edek?
No.
These two have the same kind of dynamic me and Frosty have. They know each other without speaking words. The hovel. The artist lives in one of the hovels in the Starym Powiśle, next to a workshop by the river. They say the police recently paid him a visit.
Dzięki panowie. Udanego połowu.
Tak, akurat.
Well, maybe they haven't looked well enough. Not to mention, I am a detective of unusual kind. With access to abilities no mere mortal has. See, that one's tinted blue down here, which means it might actually be the place we're looking for. Well, at least that's what my educated guess tells me. What are you two gentlemen doing at this fine hour?
Hola, tu nie wolno. Pan Kajetan zabronił wpuszczać.
Oh?
Nie podobasz mi się, synku. Ale buty ma ładne.
It's always about the damn shoes. Get straight into a fight.
Szkoda, że je w ogóle kupowałem.
No, i nie podoba mi się taka rezygnacja. Ale buty wciąż ładne.
Well, at this point, I have a lot of points to spare. Increase damage taken by 50%. And more suffering. We take those. Actually, can I change around my layout? Now that I'm in combat. That's fine. We can deal with this, I'm sure. Okay, both of you work just fine. You're the one effective against the older gentleman, so we're gonna start with whittling him down. Suffer. Oof, the focus bar is getting absolutely demolished. Fortunately, double one of them. Vulnerable to a strong attack. This is restored health points by 40%. Eesh. Right. Let's enable suffering on them and then enhance the suffering later. Ooh. Right in the kneecaps. Look at that though, because we enhanced the suffering skill, that the damage multiplier is gonna stack now. Screamed so hard it gave him a heart attack. Local moods. The river giveth and the river taketh away. That's what people in Pavishla say. Some have fallen into apathy, while others act recklessly without caring that they might lose their life. It all looks like nihilistic tendencies. I suspect it is Morana's doing. Right, before I forget, where's our there we go. What else do we have? Increase affected damage by 50%. That's a 2 tier. I can give to action reaction. It's for agony. We could increase the total damage dealt. Or double down. Yeah, so it now deals it 2 times. Just taking damage by 50%. I guess that just does the same thing. So yeah, let's do like a double suffering stack here. Unfortunately, I can't like add another tier to make it full to free. It has to be like an ability that can fill all 3 bars at the same time. Which is a shame. I would have loved if you could just handpick abilities, but I imagine that'll make them pretty busted. It's the nut check. Yep, he sure likes to paint still life, as we've established. You know how usually in the case of murder mysteries, in games like this, your expectations are subverted and the potential culprit is not who you're looking for? What if this game was just very straightforward about it? It was like, yeah, that guy is totally the murderer. The beating around the bush. A message from the policeman. If you change your mind and decide to cooperate, come to the police headquarters in Szulski and ask for Commissioner Pelevin. So the very brutish officer we talked to by the riverside. That will earn you a more lenient treatment. So trying to, you know, get him to confess. The discouragement flowing through Pelevin's veins makes his pen go askew, making the words fall on the paper helplessly. He has lost hope a long time ago that this case will finally get off the ground, but it's always worth a try. Once again, trace unknown. Dirty rags. The hovel's owner lives in terrible conditions. Old rags premium with a smell of turpentine and a sense of security. Like a nest built atop a tree. 100 times better than a golden metal cage. The man sleeping in them finally feels at home. It's not much, but it is home. Expensive brushes. High quality materials. The others can obviously afford some amount of luxury. And his shabby lifestyle is a conscious choice. Finished paintings. The naturalistic paintings depict dead bodies on the riverbank in different poses and configurations. Streaks of waste traced with ease touch the still nature on the painted bank. The others contemplate the curious appeal of the drowned victims, finding an odd sort of solace in them. So we learned some stuff about our painter friend, but not everything to draw a conclusion just yet. Although we could try and return. talk to him and see if that unlock anything new. Józefa Nowinska's funeral parlor on Warsaw Targowa Street. Oh, yeah, already went for that. Off to have a fun time. Huh. For an establishment I can access, it is surprisingly desolate and without anything to inspect. Perhaps later. I haven't been to the bar yet. Could hit it up. Who are you calling a Danny? To be fair, I am dressed very posh. At least for the environment we're traversing through, so I'm sure that's giving people some ideas. I expect a Thaumaturge to run around dressed in rags? No, sir. Avec stockings, 64 Spolnata Street, apartment 26.
Kawaler widzę nie tutejszy.
No, sir.
Dobry wieczór. Przychodzę nie w porę.
Przychodzisz nie do siebie, aligancie. To jest lokal dla miejscowych.
Zrozumiałem. Sam wyjdę.
Well, I mean, it didn't end in fisticuffs this time around, which is a success. I easily could have beaten it up, sure, but I don't think the rest of the bar would have taken a liking to that.
Pomóc w czymś?
Pójdę już.
Czego znowu? Rogulski, czy ja kurwa wszystkim się ma... Do tyłu! Do...
Nope. Have I not checked everything in this house, maybe?
Wróciłem.
Wciąż nie biorą.
Dzięki panowie. Udanego połowu.
Tak, akurat.
Have you considered the possibility that maybe with all these killings and dead bodies running in the water, the fish may not be in the mood? can even go into that side of the docks. Oh, for what it's worth, we've seen everything there is here. Unless I could go to the police station, maybe check there. Commissioner Pelevin and his people. Follow Commissioner Pelevin's thoughts. Find a person with a flaw that Myrna seeks. Oh, I actually thought about that. So maybe if I use my perception near the Commissioner, we could get another trail going. Off we go, Wiktor. Nothing like a nice evening jog. Did you peep that last prehistoric emergence episode, Frosty? After viewing the comments, I learned some interesting lore about the making of the cooking episode. Apparently, the creator's mom took the leading role, so she's the lady featured in the video, which is cool. I like when analog horror becomes a family-involved project. We did have King Parsons' father appear in one episode of the YouTube series. Still, the unfinished painting seems to depict a body lying on the riverbank. Rust-colored splashes and sharp outlines convey the idea that determined every brushstroke. Human life is worth as much as the words of a poet written in sand. The Freak from Powiśle. Caton is both dead and alive, inextricably linked with the river in the most peculiar way. He paints images of crime on the riverbanks of Powiśle. Even though he can afford painting materials, he prefers a life deprived of luxury.
Pomóc w czymś?
Pójdę już.
So would that mean that maybe from Marciana's influence, he became a murderer?
Czego znowu? Rogulski, czy... Do tyłu!
Okay, where does that take us? Around here? What are we looking at? Photograph depicts a young man posing in a studio. Words full of disbelief seeped into the surface of the paper when she saw him after he had gone to the barber. Is it really you? Without the beard, it's like you're a different person. Okay, but what does that relate to, exactly? There's some funky pedals over here. Oh, police report. At 11 p.m. I started my runs from Żygubowska Street. The gate at 10 Grzybowska Street was unlocked, and I informed the caretaker. At midnight, at the intersection of Królewska and Marszałkowska Streets, I saw a group of Romani who were fixing to pitch a tent near the square. I ordered them to leave. They headed in the direction of Powiśle. I continued my runs without incident. Michał Gorzkowski. A document signed by a district officer. Romani caravan recently passed through Śródmieście. Are we trying to imply a group of Romani migrants might have been involved in these killings? Or is that something else entirely? Find out what Upper wants. Okay, let's make it easier by tracking this one. Yeah, there we go. Now at least I can use my Thaumaturge sense to lead me into new clues. Instead of, you know, running around like a hellish chicken, hoping for the best. A crumpled telegram. In relation to the situation in Powiśle, stop. I demand immediate progress, stop. Otherwise, you'll be demoted and dismissed from the case, stop. Colonel Sergei Buryatov. Lines of the crumpled paper reflect the scars on a cowering, nervous heart. Panic prompts one to take matters into one's own hands. The small ball of paper weighs more than Sisyphus' boulder, and the world is closing in around Pelvin in a claustrophobic dance, so he's got his superior on him, and he's scared.
Czego tu węszysz, tamtejszo krajowcu?
Lepiej nie wchodzić mi w drogę, gdy pracuję.
A czym taki gzymsik sobie ręce brudzi?
A może to on jest mordercą? Panicz się nudzi, przyszedł na Powiśle i juchy skosztować.
To zaraz spróbuję.
Własnej.
Oh, we'll see about that. You three goobers have no idea who you're dealing with. Well, you're about to find out. Nice. We are bleeding, and it does stack. So the sooner I get rid of these fellas, the better. Oh wait, I didn't kill him. Shit. It's a bit annoying. Let's focus on the health recovery. We may have to switch to Bukovac, yeah. He's the optimal selection here. Is that an insta-kill? Well, truthfully, it is as slow as Molasses' attack. Hey. If it works. Oof. That HP loss is brutal. Oh shit. Oh, they got me. Well, that's the first death of the playthrough. Right, so our greatest enemy here is the clock, actually. We want to get rid of these guys ACP. Okay. I won't be able to immediately destroy him, but I can pretty much focus one round on just taking this dude down. Okay. Gonna start with beefing Suffering, so he takes more damage. Maybe I'll have an easier time breaking his guard away, but that would be more optimal against his friend on the left. It's getting health, which is not good. Can I give back enough health though? I don't think so. It's gonna go before me. Oof, shit. Well, that bought me a little bit of time. Uh-oh. This is a pretty tricky one. You might have to micromanage swapping between enemies. Acquire dimension force word for to disable. So we're not gonna be able to pull that off. Okay. Let's get rid of that damage resistance first. No more damage resistance for you, bucko. And he's dead. Now we're gonna swap to this guy. Get rid of his damage reduction. Deal extra with our punch. And that'll do it. Perfect. Now we have a war of attrition to deal with. Just no matter what I do, we're not gonna be able to disable his healing. But I can try and at least keep myself alive long enough. Big boy damage. Oh, only 3? That's rough. He's gonna playing the long game with me. Oh, he's unable. Shit. No wonder. Oh, that's annoying. Man. So I thought I had this figured out. I'm thinking I have to save him for last. I'll probably try to get his focus cracked, if that's the case. It's a pretty interesting fight, though, I have to admit. Strategy so far is not really changing all that much. We get rid of the two weaker ones, and then focus on the big boy. Well, you don't have damage reduction. I can nick some of your health. Wait, who said you could... Bastard. What is up with this fortitude bullshit? Well, anyhow. We need that big boy damage. ACP. Oh, sparred up. Hell yeah, trait disabled. Eat shit. Literally. And we got a chew for it. Cool. I actually enjoyed that quite a bit. It was the hardest encounter so far, but it was a good encouragement to actually swap between your saluters and pay attention to enemy status effects. Even in this day and age, bards still exist. Yo, pierogi? I'm down. I immediately feel warmth spreading from my body. I want to take a nap and wake up to the view of a freshly filled platter in front of me. Nothing will quite change your life like like serving fresh Polish dumplings. Hits the spot just fine. Take it. Now we head back to the painter. Sometimes it's good to obscure your view with a cloud of smoke. There's nothing worth looking at here anyway. Oh, because it's daytime, so vendors are open and we get to interact with more places. Oh, that means the pawn shop should be now available as well, right? Indeed it is.
Dzień dobry.
Witam, witam. Czego pan szanowny sobie życzy? Kupuje? Zastawia?
Totally not sleazy looking in the slightest.
Darty, kijek zdarty, biżuteria, sztuka, palto.
So it continues to elude you. Okay. Might have a look around the store then.
Kojarzy pan Mieszka Secemina? Był tutejszym lichwiarzem.
A pytasz mnie pan po?
Bez powodu.
Secemin nie żyje od dawna. Ponoć ktoś go napadł i zastrzelił. Straszne nieszczęście. Straszne. Samo mówienie o nim może przynieść pecha. I tak, tu się żyje na tym Powiślu.
Do widzenia.
Indeed. Seems that life expectancy is indeed much shorter than in other districts of Warsaw. Considering what's going on by the riverside, can you really be surprised? Anyhow, before I pursue the matter of the loan shark any further, let's try and close this business. Oh, the cups are gone. Snuff candles. The incinerated wicks have been lit recently in someone's memory. Feelings carrying despondency and doubts about a sense of paying tribute to the dead float in the air along with the thread of smoke. There is no mourning here, just pure resignation. The Fisherman case. Pelvin believes Kajetan is the killer known as the Fisherman. He seems desperate for sought evidence, and the circumstances work to the painter's disadvantage. It's only a matter of time before he gets arrested.
Obraz skończony?
Gdzie tam? Policja zabrała ciało, zanim zdążyłem dokończyć. Ale pewnie niedługo pojawi się coś nowego.
Mogę o coś spytać?
Wszystko mi jedno.
Ooh, there's one more point. Okay, so what if I pick the second option?
Chyba malowanie tych ciał stało się dla ciebie czymś bardzo ważnym.
Nie myślałem o tym w ten sposób.
Zdaje się, że nadało to twojemu życiu nowego sensu.
Naprawdę tak uważasz?
Nie boisz się aresztowania? Zawsze jesteś pierwszy przy zwłokach, malujesz je. Dla mnie wyglądasz na mordercę.
Ja? A po co? Zwłoki same wypływają. Zresztą, niech się tym policja martwi.
Jeśli złapią mordercę, to nie będzie więcej trupów do pozowania.
Touché.
Racja. Nie pomyślałem o tym. Ja nie rozumiem.
Ah. So that likely unlocked because I pursued the other two.
Wygląda na to, że kontemplując brak sensu w życiu, znalazłeś jednak coś, na czym zaczęło ci zależeć.
Właśnie. Przecież to nie ma sensu. Dlaczego nagle tak jest, że chcąc płynąć z nurtem, zaczynam wiosłować? Gdzie popełniłem
Perhaps you had an external push from a certain someone.
Piękne.
The flaw. Caton, the peculiar painter, is the one that Morana follows. Queen of the Depths. Morana's presence creates malaise and a sense of despair among the residents of Powiśle. The source of those feelings is Caton, who bears a flaw. If I can bring it out, Morana will be mine. Reach out to the painter's flaw.
Pora cię od niej uwolnić.
Słyszysz mnie? Odsuń się od niego.
Co? Co wy robicie?
Aresztują mnie. Od co?
Macie nie tego, co trzeba, Pielewin.
To już ustali sędzia śledczy.
Damn. Just was about to
Powiedz
close in
im
on him.
To co mnie, to nie ty zabijasz.
A jakie to ma znaczenie?
Pielewin, wiesz, że to nie on.
Co ja mogę? Ta sprawa już i tak za długo trwa.
Zaśniesz spokojnie po czymś takim?
Zamierzam upić się do poduszki. Najlepiej w księżycówce.
Shit. You took away my saluter from me.
I jeszcze zaczęła lać.
Pelin seems to be unhappy about arresting Caton. If I take a closer look at that, there might be still a chance to release the artist. Have the investigation reopened. But for that, I reckon I have to go to the police station. When it rains, it pours. A Nicholas painter. As he despises life, he is captivated by the image of sudden death. No wonder he's become the prime suspect in the fisherman case involving Powiśle's local killer. Caton bears a flaw related to carelessness, malaise, and dislike. He is the one that Morana follows. I discovered the truth and was about to capture the flaw when Pelevin and his people burst onto the sandy riverbank. They seize the artist, declaring him guilty of the murders in Powiśle. I mean, could be the case. Someone's murdering those people and taking their eyes out. If not this man, then whomst? Commissioner Pelevin, a bundle of nerves. He was assigned to the Powiśle fisherman case that has come to a standstill, which is clearly reflected in his mood. Pelevin did not believe Caton was guilty, but he was forced to find a scapegoat. I mean, there's also the possibility that Morana is just murdering all those people themselves, using Caton as some sort of buffer. Aunt Yaja's brothel. Colorful flowers in pots hung under windows, wooden panels surrounded by grey plaster, a veranda that invites quiet contemplation. Aunt Yaja's house of pleasure tempts you to enter. Make yourself comfortable. and forget about the hardships of everyday life. Inside is no less cozy. Couches and pillows call out to you to stretch your legs and sink into their soft embrace. The carelessly hung curtains are just waiting for someone to hide behind them to fulfill their desires. And the old piano will eagerly accept any hand that wishes to play a cheerful tune. This brothel is a real jewel in provincialist crown. A crown made out of shit. Well, since we're here, let's follow other leads. Right, that forces me to leave the area. What about... okay, so I did ask about the loan shark. Didn't get much out of it. What about the party? I'm gonna try to knock out as many side quests as I can for now. Before my hand is forced.
Co chcesz mi powiedzieć, przyjacielu?
To follow the main objective.
Wiktorze, szybciej! Spóźnimy się.
You like had that cut off abruptly. Quick, my son. We'll be late for mass.
Wiktorze, myślisz, że jak ma się męża, to trzeba się z nim kłócić?
Pewnie tak. Ja w ogóle nie chcę męża.
Ty nie musisz. I tak ja mam gorzej. Drażenka mówi, że jak dorosnę, to mi znajdzie męża.
Know how that turned out.
Pamiętam to.
Why is there a fog gate?
Ostatnia niedziela, po której
It's the church.
chciał nas prowadzać do kościoła. Przeze mnie. Przez przypadek dotknąłem stuły księdza, który mijał nas z kazielnicą. Wtedy pierwszy raz poczułem myśli innego człowieka. Jego intencje. Słyszałem słowa czyjejś spowiedzi, o której ksiądz wtedy myślał. Jakby były skierowane do moich uszu. I nie omieszkałem podzielić się nimi z resztą zgromadzenia. Matka nie zdołała mnie uciszyć. Moja niedyskrecja sprawiła, że rozpadło się bardzo prominentne małżeństwo.
Getting a good kick out of that.
Małżeństwo moich rodziców niedługo później.
An interesting childhood, didn't you, buddy? Hey, Mr. Szulski, a word with you. What's up, little man? Wiktor Szulski, please come to the cemetery immediately. Urgent matter. Yet sent to Soku Gravedigger. They're alive. Okay. Guess gonna have to wait a little bit, because I have other matters to attend to. Very busy man. Empty tube of purple paint. The petals of the mallows tremble in the wind, just like her lips trembled during the first kiss that hot summer. Violet rippled with sunshine, her heart filled with sweetness. The memory of that moment awakens every time she colors the canvas with violet. Upon hearing the sounds of longing, your thoughts are instantly carried off somewhere to the distant lands of Brittany, or the steppes of Zaporizhia. Then the magician turns the crank more violently, and the buzzing of the dog brings a dose of sobriety to the soul. Yeah, I kinda had almost a stroke trying to pronounce that other location. It's not exactly an easy word. Instruction for the courier. Come evening, take the package to the apartment at 15 Ravinska Street and deliver it directly to the butler's hands and no one else's. Do not open on pain of punishment. The grey paper smells of fear and vigilance. The cord around the package was tied by skilled hands, which carried a faint pulse of stress. What if this time the package falls into the wrong hands? Probably smuggling some opiates, if I were to make an assumption. Geometry Handbook. A worn book with terror masks on the cover. It's a good thing geometry exists, an ideal that bitter words can't destroy. Although his parents are clipping his wings, he believes he will be a great mathematician one day, and find his safe haven among perfect rhombuses, swimming circles, and friendly trapezoids. Ah, a dork. Last invitation. Dear friends and companions of voyages to distant lands, it is my pleasure to invite you to a party where the scent of incense will mingle with the aroma of turmeric and cardamom. Sumptuous bedding under the silk canopies and the beauty of exotic dances await you. You'll have the opportunity to taste forbidden delights during the evening. Come, as usual, to the gates of Sesame. To have them open before you, simply say the password. Kubla Khan.
Sekrety? Nie na mojej warcie.
A party with illegal entertainment is being held somewhere. To enter, just give the password Kubla Khan. We're at the theme party at Count Orkovsky. Wealthy businessman. Count Orkovsky is holding a party in the evening with the theme of A Tale of 1001 Nights in his apartment at 15 Ravinska Street. The evening's attractions will include the opportunity to partake in opium. To get into the party, all you have to do is give the password Kubla Khan at the entrance. It might be that time already. Suppose it won't hurt. Oh, we actually do have to wait.
Zaczekajmy. To co? Tęskniłeś za tym miastem?
This is just like SMT5. We hit the bench and talk things out with our compadre.
Poczekajmy do...
Afternoon.
Zabijmy więc nieco czasu.
All right. I reckon it's time to crash a party. Ooh. A bakery? Mind if I do?
O, ale szupanie pachnie. To wanilia?
Wanilia, rodzynki, masło, cukier i jeszcze więcej masła. Jest pan w niebie. Czym mogę służyć?
Pani Jagodo, to ja, Wiktor.
Oj, własnym oczom nie wierzę. Mały Wiktorek? Ojejku, ależ pan wyrósł.
Likewise.
A przystojny się zrobił.
Teehee.
Gdzie się podział ten cherubineczek, który się tak do witryny przyklejał i się tak wślepiał w ciastka?
Ten łasuch wciąż tu jest. Pani Karpatka z wiśniami śni mi się po nocach.
Oof.
Od 15 lat.
Do we have to talk about confectionaries this late in
Widzisz,
the night?
kochany, a sekret jest prosty. To jest tylko troszeczkę masła, tak ze 3 kostki.
Przepraszam, ja tu czekam na odbiór.
Kochana, nie ma co się pieklić, lepiej poczekać. Córka właśnie wyjmuje keks z piekarnika, będzie cieplutki.
Ze skórką z pomarańczy? Poczekam.
Oof. Now I'm getting hungry listening to
Jest pani pewna, że nie jest
these
pani
delicious
Thaumaturgią?
treats.
Niech to pozostanie moją słodką tajemnicą.
To wszystko, dziękuję. Pójdę już.
Nic słodkiego na drogę? No cóż, jak pan chce.
There will be time to partake in pastries. But now we have to taste delights from a different world altogether.
No na nowo trzeba kłaść. Cały podkład.
Czego nam tu robotę deptasz? Ludzi mi tylko denerwujesz. Nie widzisz, że tu robota wre?
Tylko przechodziłem. Z tym macie problem?
A no taki elegancie, że tacy jak ty, to w dupie mają takich jak ja, co to robią na takich jak ty. A potem jak trwoga, to proletariusze, łączcie się. Rewolucję kurwa zróbcie.
Znikaj, my tu
Holy
chcemy na chleb zarobić.
moly. He's big.
Jeśli nie stać was na chleb, to żryjcie ciastka.
No, to czekaj. Rozruszamy się trochę po tym dźwiganiu całym.
Na pewno, że nie?
Oj, to będzie
So white.
ostatni.
Damn. Okay, listen, this might be a mistake, but makes you immune to gaining new negative states. That guy's good. Ooh. We can actually disable resistance from these two. Can we deal with this? Maybe. Still. Can certainly give it a go. One down. Oh, jeez. 10 HP each? That's brutal. Need some health. Badly. if I can survive this. I can, but barely. Oh, never mind. Got him shaken up. Awesome. So now it's this friend though. Actually, you'll be better for this job. Yeah, because that way we can reduce his focus much faster. Get mine broken, dummy. Awesome. So even without the right distribution of points that let me disable abilities, we can still work around that. If I can ensure I live through a fight long enough. Yeah, because without the eluders, I can't increase my mind and word. So that's it's quite unfortunate. So Eluders' next action will be one run faster. Yep, I'll take that. And I'll take Sabotage. Interrupts an enemy's planned action with the enemy's in suffering state. I do like how these benefits of suffering stack with one another. You who transform my stormy nights to sunny days and in depths of sleep extinguish the spells of waking. Over the course of the evening at Count Rutkowski's, I comprehended the true meaning of these words. So is that it for the quest? I guess. It ended with the massive brawl. Sure. Oh, that in the reps. Let's pursue the questline involves reminiscing of the past. Or not, because I have to go to a different area. Where exactly? The southern parts, you say? I don't mind a little bit of hopping around districts.
Co chcesz mi powiedzieć?
Helps push the narrative.
Do grobu mnie wpędzisz.
Da, bo to zawsze kobieta winna, jak się chłopu w życi mrowi.
Jestem głową tej rodziny i zasługuję na szacunek.
Ojcze, czy Abaurycy może z nami jechać nad morze?
Wykluczone. Wakacje są dla rodziny, dla najbliższych, nie dla służących.
Harsh.
Słuchaj, chłopcze, kiedyś będziesz głową tej rodziny i musisz pojąć, że tylko na rodzinie można polegać. Zwłaszcza, że jesteś tempermantą. Inni cię okradną, zabiją, albo co gorsza, zrujnują. Przyjaciół należy mieć blisko, ale nigdy za plecami. Wrogów zaś przy samym sercu, bo tylko wtedy cię nie zaskoczą.
My buddy Rasputin would never backstab me. Never. Oop. Ah. They fail? Shit. No, at least I get a chance to retry.
Do grobu mnie wpędzisz.
Da, bo to zawsze kobieta winna, jak...
Speedrun.
Ojcze, czy Abaurycy może z nami jechać nad morze?
I am outrunning the shadows of my past. Dashing past my problems.
Kiedyś będziesz głową tej rodziny i musisz pojąć.
We meet again. Old friend.
Rzadko widziałem ojca tak gotującego się z wściekłości. Wymyślił sobie, że wyjazd nad kiedyś polski Bałtyk uzdrowi chłodne relacje z matką. Bardzo nie chciałem jechać. Wolałem bawić się za Baurycym na praskich podwórkach. Mama też nie była zawiedziona, że zostaliśmy. Żeby znowu nie podpadać ojcu, poprosiłem Lidię, żeby zrobiła scenę, jaką odstawiała, kiedy Grażynka wysyłała ją spać, a ona chciała jeszcze poczytać. Nie musiałem nawet długo jej namawiać. Długo zastanawiałem się, czy to była siła bliźniaczej więzi, czy podświadomie ją wtedy zmanipulowałem. Dzisiaj wiem, że nie mogłem tego zrobić bez zawarcia naszego paktu, ale w takim razie, co ty tu robiłeś?
You're thinking too hard about this. He probably just wanted to play a prank. Like I said in the beginning, he's an old spirit. Probably got much going on in his eternal existence. Wait for events to unfold. Fair enough. Onwards to the cemetery then. Which have a surprising number of things to do, despite only 4 locations unlocked. With many more to come, judging by the minimap. Was that here before? Oh, what that says is Thaumaturge be gone, from sacred places. And what's going on here?
Panie, co to za cyrki? Otwieraj tę bramę!
Właśnie, nikt nie ma prawa zabronić wejścia na cmentarz, to wolny Znaczy...
Yeah, about
Ile
that.
jeszcze mordy będziecie pruć? Zamknięte to zamknięte. Ho, ho, pan Szulski wreszcie.
Przeczytałem wiadomość. O co chodzi?
Nie, tutaj nie będę tłumaczył przy tych chamach. Wchodź pan do środka.
To jego wpuszczasz, kopidole? Co to w ogóle ma być?
Zawrzeć gęby, bo do dnia sądu pańskiego nie otworzę. Chodzi o pańskiego ojca, że tak powiem.
No dobrze, sprawdźmy o co chodzi.
Tfu!
Co mój ojciec znowu narozrabiał?
Mam dwie wiadomości, że tak powiem. Złą i trudno powiedzieć jaką. Którą pan chcesz najpierw?
The bad news, of course.
Niech będzie ta zła.
Dzisiaj przyszli tu jacyś hałaburdnicy awanturować się. Zniszczyli wasz rodzinny grobowiec.
Jak to zniszczyli?
Też nie mogłem uwierzyć. Od razu do pana napisałem.
A ta druga wiadomość?
Jednej nocy ja patrzę, a tu nieboszczyki leżą. Ale nie u siebie, że tak powiem, tylko w alejkach. Patrzę dalej, a ich groby rozgrzebane, jakby z ziemi te trupy powylazywały.
I te ciała wciąż tu leżą?
Nie, no gdzie? Tak nie można. Ale jak pan chcesz się lepiej przyjrzeć sprawie, to kolejnej nocy może znów wylezą. Ludzie już gadają, że to zmartwychwstania i że koniec świata idzie. Zmartwychwstania i jeszcze te furiaty. Dzień sądu chyba coraz bliżej, że tak powiem.
Ci wandale, którzy zniszczyli grobowiec. Powie pan, jak wyglądali?
Ja bramę zamknąłem, bo oni jeszcze tam coś się kręcą. Pan ich sam sobie obejrzyj, że tak powiem.
Will do, and I'm sure we're gonna talk this out like reasonable people.
Według mojej wiedzy zwłoki same z siebie nie wstają. Byli jacyś świadkowie? Jakieś hałasy w nocy? Ślady?
Nic. Tylko te nieboszczyki w dziwnych miejscach.
Pójdę już.
Pozbądź się pan tego elementu czym prędzej.
I like the Grey Digger. He seems like a rough round the edges, but fine fellow. Investigate the case of corpses coming back to life. Well, there's some hoodlums.
O, pieron jaki. Patrzcie. To chyba prawdziwy tempermanta. Zaraz ci pokażę, jak się rozmawia z magikami. Do grobu ci śpieszno? Tempermanto?
Praise their work.
No tak w ogóle to coście za jedni?
Ci, którzy świat oczyszczają z plugastwa takiego jak ty.
Teraz to mi trochę przykro. Ale myślę, że wam też zaraz będzie.
Słyszeliście go. Sam się prosi. Do dzieła.
See what we'll deal with. Don't have the right soul to do this, so this guy might have to be saved for last. Right, because the other two I can negate their resistances. So I say we start off with this gentleman. Will him down a bit. You're gonna be gone in a minute. That guy still takes decent damage. I have Uber equipped. But I am gonna prep him for Book of Archers coming. Free whole stacks. Yeah, look at that. That sweet suffering. Super move, buddy. Each enemy affected with a suffering state, so that one also counts. Still, we'll pile it up. Let's give him a mental shutdown. Because it's fun. Completely destroy this man's already crumbling ego. I like how whenever we manage to just preemptively kill already broken down enemy with a regular attack instead of the finisher, it just seems like they give up on living.
Rozejrzyjmy się tu.
The Scarlet Crowbar. Inept efforts to pry the tomb door open came to nothing. A crude tool, as crude as the man who used it. The steel reverberates with a desire to destroy what is strange, corrupted by magic, and unfamiliar, just like they were instructed by the Waz. Is that a horse? Or a pig? Who's to say? Writing in a tomb. Apage demons was. My father? A demon? Fine. Let them have it their way. Well, now without with the immediate threat. Let's snoop around the cemetery. Figure out what's going on with these bodies being misplaced. Notes from a sermon. It's not hard to see that harmful fads and entertainment from the West have spread among our youth. And right under our noses too. I'm talking here for one about the infamous teacher who was giving lessons on how to twitch in frenzied fits. He had the gall to accept money for it. Fortunately, owing to a few vigilant parishioners and my own intervention, this shameful demoralization will soon cease.
Notes from a sermon. Notes on how to compose a sermon. There's something going on at 18 by 4 Smetana Street that has the priest worried about being a potential pernicious threat from the west. Obituary. The late P. Vitaly Goryemkin gave up his spirit to God on September 3rd, 1905. The procession of the body to Powązki Cemetery will take place on Friday at 4 in the afternoon from his home at number 7 Milner Street. The bereaved wife invites the family and all well-wishers to his somber rite. It was published a few days ago. The funeral has been held recently. The crumpled newspaper pages ooze with someone's cool, cynical calculation. They use the obituary page as a map to find those waiting to be dug up. Trace unknown. Curious. Curious indeed.
Coś poczułem. Gdzie to jest? Thaumaturgia mnie nie myli. Coś tu jest.
Toppled candle. The flame is still smoldering. The smell of kerosene from the still smoldering wick gives way to the profound sense of injustice settled on the candle. In the whistle of bluish smoke from the flickering flame, I can feel a grievance over the fact that they pay more to dig up a stiff than to bury them. Trace familiar, grave robber.
W okolicy jest coś dziwnego.
Like here, for instance. Tombstone from Vitaly Goremkin's grave. On the deadly cold tombstone, the gravedigger has left words of prayer and a concerned straying on the marble. The concern that the dead won't rest in peace in accord with the laws of nature. It's a harbinger of the apocalypse. The third one this week. I can hear some banging nearby.
Coś tu jest.
As if someone's trying to get out. Or just a dude
Coś poczułem.
knocking on the door.
Gdzie to jest?
Lily petals, withering white petals. The last lilies from the garden, picked with the intention of bringing her joy, fell on the cobblestones when he saw her walking arm in arm with another man. The symbol of purity has been tainted with black ink. May she regret her decision.
Waluś, patrz, co tu kot przyflancował.
Psia jucha.
To wy zakłócacie zmarłym spokój i rozrzucacie ich ciała po cmentarzu?
Nie, no aż tak to nie. My jesteśmy profesjonalistami. Awanturny jakiś nam się trafił. Zaraz kopidoła będzie wołał.
What a unit right here.
Wy jesteście z Towarzystwa Antytaumaturgicznego?
A nam to za jedno. Magik czy nie.
Umrzyk, to umrzyk.
Grabarz się zdziwi, jakie hieny mu się tu zalęgły.
Kurwa, wiedziałem, że w czwartek się nie uda.
Nie sraj, Marian. Zaraz będzie po bólu. Biorę płaszczyk. A ja biorę latki.
It's always about the damn shoes. Well, anyway. We can handle these dinguses. I'm pretty sure one of them is a character phenotype we've already beaten at least once. The guy on the far left, to be exact. Start with the easy pickings. Now we'll move on to Thaumaturge. Start weakening this fella down. Well, once again, we're facing the issue of stacked bleeding potentially being the enemy. However, this time around, we actually got quicker into making this 1v1. Hopefully I can hold out. Yeah, we got this. Another one for Wiktor and his Saluter gang. Maybe I should try recruiting Morana soon, just to have an even bigger variety. Especially since we're encountering enemies that do require at least one more main attribute for me to disrupt their resistances.
I co, panie Szulski? Aleś pan dołożył tym podgrobowcem, co? Aż się choniosło.
Dziękuję, ale nie byli zbyt rozmowni. A ja mam kilka pytań.
A może ja pomogę, że tak powiem?
Dosyć ponure ma pan tutaj zajęcie.
A wie pan, wolę to niż użerać się z pijakami w barze albo ze śrubkami w fabryce. Zmarli spokojni są i przewidywalni, że tak powiem. No, chyba, że im się wstawać z grobu nie chce.
Fair point. It's a peaceful job with not a whole lot going on. Well, unless you have a spicy night like current circumstances have made it to be.
Co to jest WTA? Tamci pod mauzoleum mieli z tym związek.
Aha, warszawskie towarzystwa antytaumaturgiczne. Fiksaty, że tak powiem. Odkąd pana ojciec u nas spoczął, codziennie trą się pod murami.
Gdzie mogę znaleźć ich zwierzchników, że tak powiem?
Co? Krew pan zwietrzyłeś? Za murem cmentarza stoi taki jeden, co agituje w ich imieniu. Jego pan pytaj. Jak już pan posprzątałeś pod mauzoleum, to mogę otworzyć bramę.
Lunatics from the WAS. Well, it's a different acronym in Polish and English, but it builds up to the same. So, Warsaw Anti-Thaumaturge Society. Their agitator can be found by the cemetery wall. The Vendetta. The Warsaw Anti-Thaumaturge Society has targeted my father. Normally I would say, be my guest. But they're acting so nastily, I put them on my blacklist. In order to learn more about them, I should find their agitator by the Pawonski Cemetery wall.
Pójdę już.
Powodzenia z WTA, że tak powiem. Daj pan znać, jak już się ich pozbędziesz.
find a way to deal with the WAS. Oh, I can still go around here. What am I looking at? More clues I missed?
W okolicy jest coś dziwnego.
Shovel. Lying woefully. Someone here fails to take care of their tools. The worn-out chef radiates with fresh alarm and fear. Someone hastily dropped the tool as soon as they heard approaching footsteps. They startled at someone? Why is this still marked red? Is it pointing me to more clues? Can I go to the family crypt? Is there something there? Oh, well, wait. Something's going in here. There we go. Tomb. It remembers the times of uprisings and cholera epidemics. A fresh trace of pain raises above other memories that the statue has been a silent witness to. The widower's trembling hands seek support. Its vibrations permeate the bricks with a mixture of revulsion and grief caused by the ghastly sight of the corpse of his recently buried wife, perched on her open coffin. The living dead. This is no miracle nor imminent apocalypse. The resurrected corpses are assisted by a prankster who not only knows this place well, but also works here. The question is, how does he do it? The gravedigger should know him. Something to bring up with the gentleman.
I co, panie Szulski?
Przeszukałem okolice. Hieny cmentarne to raczej osobny wątek, ale dowiedziałem się czegoś na temat wstających zwłok.
Umieram.
Nice one.
Rozumiesz pan?
Zdaje się, że
The
zwłokom
joke
w
didn't land.
wędrówkach pomaga ktoś, kto
Well
dobrze
done, Wiktor.
zna ten cmentarz.
I
Ma
appreciate it.
swoje narzędzia.
Zaraz, ja mam rączki czyste.
I frustruje go, jak mało mu płacisz.
Lech? To mój pomocnik. Mówicie, że on jest w to zamieszany?
Tak. Gdzie go znajdę?
A, pewnie pije z tymi swoimi na Placu Zielonym, łachudra. Jak go pan spotkasz, to mu powiedz, że już może do roboty nie wracać.
Pójdę już.
Powodzenia z WTA, że tak powiem. Daj pan znać, jak już się ich pozbędziesz.
Alright, so we have the separate issue of beating up the assistant grave robber. Right. Hmm. Oh, geez. Look at all this. The side objectives keep piling up. I'm gonna focus on this one with the Caden case, just because I'd like to have a new saluter I could invest points in. It seems like it's gonna be a big advantage down the road with how frequently we're getting into confrontations now. Oh, hey.
Czego jeszcze chcesz? Kim była ostatnia ofiara? Musicie znać nazwisko.
Owszem, ale ty nie masz nic, co mnie przekona. Coś jeszcze?
Something to elude you. Keep searching.
Muszę już iść.
To prawda.
Alright, I'll leave you for now until I come back with more evidence. Witnesses wanted. Anyone who provides information about the place and promoters of illegal fistfights in our city, assists in the capture of the brothers known as Soup and Red-Eyed Václav, we paid a reward of 50 rubles. You can come forward to any Warsaw police station. Secret finding ring. Announcement with passages written in red font. The police are clearly desperate. They're looking for the promoters of illegal fights and the fighters who take part in them, especially the brothers known by the nickname Soup and Red-Eye Václav. Well, that's a whole separate issue altogether. And I can't distract myself any further. I already have my hands full as is. Hey kids.
Weź to ode mnie. Nie chcę tego dotykać.
Sykor.
Zamknijcie się! Ej, ty! Czego tu?
A czym się tam bawicie?
To haczyk z prawdziwego trupa. Te rupi haczyk. Cicho, kapusty!
To zdaje się haczyk z ofiary rybaka. Prawda?
A nawet jeśli, to co cię to? I tak już złapali mordercę.
A co jak wam powiem, że nie? Że złapali nie tego, co trzeba.
Tam pierdolenie. Spadaj! Chyba, że
Watch your tongue.
Masz coś ciekawego na wymianę?
Watch your tone, little man. Little thieves. The kids stole important evidence from the crime scene, but they refuse to cooperate. Clearly, they are led by a boy named Piotrek.
A co byście chcieli za haczyk?
Armatę. Szabelkę. No, słyszałeś. Jak przyniesiesz nam armatę albo szablę, to oddamy ci trupi haczyk.
To nie powinno być niewykonalne. W gabinecie ojca były jakieś stare, tępe szable.
Idź już sobie. Nudny jesteś.
It's really a good idea to give these children a weapon, albeit a dull, worn out saber. It was a different time, okay? Back then, people didn't give a shit. Your child could be running around unsupervised with sharp pointing objects, and they didn't know any better. Any such objects lying around here?
Co my tu mamy?
That was easy. I don't want to necessarily keep feeding into my prideful answers, because they are my flaw after all. I'm 100% positive that at this point it dictates the ending of the game, whether you decide to depend on your flaw for easy solutions with quest lines, or you actually try not to succumb into weaknesses. Look what I got you, rascals.
Czołem.
Czołem? Słyszeliście Glancusia?
Mam dla was obiecaną szabelkę.
Prawdziwą? No to dawaj ją. Ocenimy. Dopiero wtedy damy ci ten głupi haczyk.
Proszę, wywiązuję się ze swoich umów.
Prawdziwa szabelka, patrzcie tylko. Ja też się wywiązuję z umów. Proszę, trupi haczyk jest już twój. No to co teraz?
Hook, retrieved from the path of the fisherman's last victim. The hook resonates from the collision of two thoughts. Someone tried to savor the victim's dying screams while appreciating the moment. Yet, flitting the curved metal, there was regret for someone who should be convulsing here instead of this pitiful eel.
Teraz zbadam haczyk i będę szukał dalszych poszlak.
Piotrek jest klakierem policji. Stulić pyski! Bo znowu zęby potracicie. Pomogę ci. Znajdź mnie pod burdelem cioci Jadzi. Tam będziemy mogli wznowić śledztwo. Dobra, koniec tego dobrego. Idziemy stąd.
I thought that was gonna be a one-off, but no, it seems like these youngins are gonna be a crucial part in the investigation. Hey, who knows the area better than the kids growing up here? I'm a little uneasy about meeting them near this kind of venue, though.
No to mu mówię, wsadź se w dupę tego rubla. Ja honorowy jestem.
Ale z ciebie, Andrus.
Dzień dobry.
Przerwę mam teraz. Wróć później.
Ja go przysłałem, ciociu Klaro. Robimy razem śledztwo.
Ty, Piotruś, to zawsze coś kombinujesz. I jakie znowu śledztwo?
Co my tu robimy?
No i jak to co? Ciocie są kluczem do świata informacji. Wiedzą i widzą więcej niż ktokolwiek inny na Powiślu.
The oldest trick in the book.
Ale z ciebie Amerykan. Oczywiście, że nie. Ale wolę
That's
takie
an interesting way of
prawdziwe.
phrasing tourist.
Jak widzą, że mam problemy, to zawsze jakoś pomogą. A to ranę opatrzą, a to jabłko dadzą, albo piwko.
Piotruś, Piotruś. Przy tobie to nic nie można powiedzieć. Pamiętasz rękawiczki tamtej damy? Raz wspomniałam, że mi się podobają.
Na następny dzień mi takie przyniósł.
No, mówisz masz.
Co wiesz o rybaku?
Tyle, że już siedzi. Nareszcie. To przeklęte miejsce zazna trochę spokoju.
No właśnie nie siedzi. Szukamy tego prawdziwego.
Piotruś, to jest to śledztwo, w które się bawisz?
Jak to bawię? Obaj jesteśmy śmiertelnie poważni i zaangażowani, ciociu.
Lepiej uważaj, bo jeszcze sobie biedy napytasz.
Co dalej, wspólniku?
To jeszcze nie koniec. Teraz się rozdzielamy. Ty idź przepytaj inne ciocie, a ja cię znajdę później.
Aunties. Yeah.
Po zmroku niektóre z nich pracują tu, a inne w uliczkach. Pamiętaj, żeby się na mnie powołać. To jest na Piotrka Justę. I tym razem zadawaj lepsze pytania.
This guy has attitude.
Uważaj na niego. Jeśli coś mu się stanie, to będzie twoje.
Hey, I'm not the one hanging around brothels. Brooch. Well, let's brooch with a green eye. Oh, okay. We didn't need to read for that. Thanks, game.
Nie poszło mi.
Oh, okay. We'll need more mind. Because it's a 2.
Dobry wieczór.
Co, pan też ptak nocy? Mnie ta ulewa nie pozwala zmrużyć oka.
Kręcił się tu ostatnio ktoś podejrzany?
You.
Oprócz pana? Na Powiślu jesteśmy. Tu każdy wydaje się podejrzany.
Co pani sprzedaje?
Szmelc męża nieboszczyka. Na co mi na to wszystko patrzeć, jak jego już nie oglądam?
Przykro mi z powodu pani straty.
A po co się nad tym głowić? Rzeka daje, rzeka zabiera.
Muszę już iść.
Żegnam.
The fun neighborhood. Yeah. The fact that I can bump my mind into 3 is gonna be a little problem here. It might actually cap off what I can do. Wait, does that mean I can obtain a different saluter? Because the outline... Wait a sec. If we go here... It seems that Mashana is attributed to word. So the spirit attached to mind is a different soldier altogether that we haven't met yet. Which in turn means that I would have to get whatever creature lets me advance mind before I can pursue this case. Since I can't really get tier 3 mind before then. Assuming that's part of this investigation, what I found here. Could pass the time.
Głupie pytanie. Poczekajmy do... Zabijmy więc nieco czasu.
Journal updated. Hope no quest ended while that was going on. City Sun. Can't really tell. Brochure. Madame Lulu, a third master of global renown, receives customers at midnight at the inn under the Pheasant, located at 8 Brovarna Street. Wait until nightfall to interrogate the prostitutes. I see.
Niech no spocznę. Poczekajmy do... Zabijmy więc nieco czasu.
My only other bet is running around the area. I hope we can cover something else. Oh, here we go.
Dobry wieczór.
W ubraniu tu za rogiem 5, na golasa w łóżku 15. Francuz za 3. Chyba że chcesz sobie popatrzeć, to wtedy 2. Jeśli chodzi ci o jakieś zwyrolstwo, to spierdalaj, bo zawołam pomoc.
Straight to the point.
Ja od Piotrka Justy. Miły z niego dzieciak.
Piotruś przysłał? A no to trzeba było tak od razu. To rabacik dam.
Nie, nie o to chodzi. Chcę tylko porozmawiać.
No to pytaj, zanim się ktoś przyczepi.
Rybak. Słyszałaś coś na jego temat?
Tyle tylko, co wszyscy na mieście gadają. A jak informacji szuka, to se pójdzie gazetę kupi. 2 kopiejki. Ma inne pytania, czy jednak przechodzimy do rzeczy?
Pozwolę pani pracować. Do widzenia.
Well, that didn't go anywhere. But, hey, we did get to learn the average rates for these kind of services in Povishla in the year of our Lord 1905. Call it a unusual history lesson. It's not a particularly large district, and I really feel like I've read through a lot.
Kawaler szuka chwili zapomnienia? Dyskrecja gwarantowana. Żadna żona jeszcze u mnie nie była z awanturą.
Jesteś właścicielką tego przybytku?
Oczywiście, złoty. Witaj w lupanarze cioci Jadzi.
Opowiedz mi o tym miejscu.
Niech ci będzie, złoty. Pytaj.
Piotrek Justa też tu z wami mieszka?
Ten to się wszędzie wkręci. Przygłupek. Dziewczyny go lubią z wzajemnością. Dopóki zna swoje miejsce, może tu bywać.
Gdzie są jego rodzice?
Któż to może wiedzieć? Znajda z niego.
Wszystkie dziewczyny są stąd? Wiem, że takie miejsca jak to oferują dom dla przyjezdnych do wielkiego miasta w zamian za usługi.
Jeśli chcesz coś zasugerować, złoty, to zapewniam, że wszystkie panie pracują dla mnie z własnej, nieprzymuszonej woli. Wyobraź sobie, że przyjeżdżasz tu, żeby sprzątać albo dzieci uczyć, a zarobić ci dają tylko za twoją dupę. Dzięki mnie mogą się utrzymać. Bez obrazy, złoty, ale ty nie wiesz, jak to jest.
Wysyłając swoje dziewczyny do pracy, nie boisz się o ich bezpieczeństwo?
Złoty, za kogo ty mnie masz? Nigdy nie posyłam ich na ulicę samych. Poza tym żadna mi się dotychczas nie skarżyła. Nic im tam nie grozi. Rozumiemy się?
Well, that is until one of them
Nareszcie.
turns out dead.
Znaleźć ci towarzyszkę?
Dziękuję. Może wrócę później. Kiedyś.
Spąsowiałeś, złoty. No, do widzenia, do widzenia.
Curiously, there are at least 2 rooms here now that we could technically explore. Gee, I wonder how you get access to those. Hey.
Dobry wieczór.
Dobry wieczór. Czego pan chce?
Przecież to klient pewnie. Od razu chcesz go zniechęcić?
A skąd mam wiedzieć, czy klient, czy nie? W taką pogodę to żadne licho nie śpi.
Prawda? To czego pan tu szuka?
Someone continues to elude you. Oh, is that clue over there?
Co możecie mi powiedzieć o rybaku?
Cóż za dziwne pytanie. Chyba, że... Boże, to on przyszedł nas zabić!
Przecież dopiero co go złapali. To ten dziwak, co malował zwłoki, był rybakiem. Sam sobie inspirację tworzył. Prawda?
Scare them and say the fisherman is still at large. No.
Spokojnie. Przysłał mnie do was Piotrek Justa.
Jakoś nie chce mi się wierzyć. A może go już dopadłeś, rybaku?
Piotrek przedstawił mnie też cioci Klarze. Zapewniam, że oboje żyją. Chciałem z wami tylko porozmawiać.
No, kto się zadaje z Piotrusiem, raczej nie może być rybakiem. Zwłaszcza, że i przystojny pan.
To jest
Wiktor
ciocia
sure gets
Klementyna.
by the
A mnie
ladies.
możesz nazywać ciocią Anastazją. Jak córka cara.
Ale o rybaku to nic nie wiemy, a i wolimy go nie wywoływać.
Pójdę już.
Szkoda. Z panem jakoś bezpieczniej.
Another Watchman report, huh? Reporting the suspicious behavior of two brothers living at number 2. The Szulski brothers, Wiktor and Roch, often returned home after the gates have been closed by jumping over the wall. They come back at different times, so before I can catch them in the act, they're already in their apartment and claim to have been asleep the whole time. While Wiktor smiles mockingly and winks at me with those red eyes of his. Moritz Anchak, watchman of the building at 4 Bednarska Street. Receipt. Scientist drugstore. Storage of pharmacy materials and trade of household goods and novelties. Certified that Szulski purchase household ice maker. Annual subscription of ice, 2 kilograms per month. Sterilized gauze, 20 pieces, for which he paid in full. Receipt for the purchase of goods. Bearing the drugstore stamp. Szulski often uses ice and bandages. There's a lot of clues concentrated here. I confirmed the purchase of 25 bales of denim material from the Meva and Ross co-factory. Signed by John Lewison.
Jest się tym magikiem, nie?
Receipt for an order of fabrics from America. The word success, breakthrough, and lucrative business dance around it like review girls. The fabric, which is gaining popularity in America, is glowing for workers, is also lucky to catch on here, and no one has heard of it yet. This is still a visionary. You can already see the headline of a newspaper article. The new man doesn't look back and doesn't heed the prejudices of a bygone era. He proudly displays smoothly shaved cheeks, chooses strong colors without regard to their dark connotations, and reaches for unusual fabrics. The new decade will belong to those who make fashion just to them, not the other way around. I think we found something to pass on to the tailor. And being the new up and rising trend are jeans. The Gentleman, March issue. Time for a breath of fresh air. Spring just changed, which is why the March issue features the new ideal of male beauty. Clean-shaven face, perfectly cut dress, uncompromising colors, and carefully picked accessories. At the end of the issue, experts analyze working fabrics have become increasingly popular.
Jeśli znów przyszedłeś...
Oh, I can at least show him the hook.
Odzyskałem haczyk z ciała ofiary. Lokalne dzieciaki go ukradły.
Mam już takich kilka.
Dzięki niemu znam, powiedzmy, zapach mordercy. Thaumaturg mógłby się przydać w sprawie takiej jak ta.
Ale ta sprawa jest zamknięta. Dosyć. Kiedy wytrzeźwieję, trafisz za kratki, przysięgam. A teraz daj mi spokój.
To się jeszcze okaże. Niebawem dowiem się, skąd twoja niechęć do tego śledztwa, a potem wznowimy je razem.
Co? Rzucisz na mnie urok, magiku?
Kto wie, nigdzie nie odchodź. Coś poczułem. Gdzie to jest?
A gleam in the eye. The retrieved hook. Evidence of the crime and the new clue must exhilarate Pelvin. Like you feel that the officer would like to find the strength to reopen the investigation. I'll take a look around.
Coś mi tu nie pasuje.
Oof. That's, way too, high for us?
Nie, to jeszcze nie to.
And here I thought I was gonna have a breakthrough. No such luck. Warsaw Anti-Thaumaturge Society. There are no facts that cannot be destroyed. Members of the Warsaw Anti-Thaumaturge Society are convinced that every thaumaturge eats brains of the infants for breakfast, which is done with an infusion made from virgin steers. To sum them up, they're a bunch of ignorants who react to everything incomprehensible to them with panic and aggression. You can guess that the WAS members are not particularly fond of my family, and would say that I'm particularly hurt by it. So it's only these two clues, but can't really do a whole lot about them. My current abilities. Yeah, we're gonna have to leave it as is for now. Four and five is harsh. So in that case, I'm gonna say we go and sort out the tailor. Oh. It's the graveyard attendant.
Który z was to Lech?
Ja. A o co chodzi?
O nocne wykopki na powązkach. Wiem, że to ty trupy z mogił wyrzucasz. Waluś i ekipa to też jacyś twoi kamraci?
Co? Nie wiem, o kim mówisz.
Może pijany?
To jakiś wariat. Tu nie ma wyjścia, koledzy. Tu trzeba bić.
You're right. It's time for a beating of you guys. Oh boy, it's another group of knife wielders. My favorite. They did not build a bleed, however, which is reassuring. That did. Ooh, that's starting to get a little hairy. Nom. It's gonna be tricky, but we can pull this off. Sweet. Now we're just gonna hold off with this dude. Nice. Awesome combo.
Proszę, panienko, ratuj. Czego pan ode mnie chcesz?
Po co niepokoisz zmarłych? Nie wstyd ci?
Już nie będę, naprawdę. Ale to nie był mój pomysł, przysięgam. Kazali mi. A Waluś i jego ludzie to z cieślą trzymają. Buduje trumienki tu w okolicznym podwórku.
Seems like this conspiracy digs deep. Get it? Because digging graves, going deep into the ground. No? No?
Kto ci to kazał zrobić?
A taki jeden, konieczny. Włodzimierz Konieczny. Szef tego całego WTA.
Gdzie znajdę lokal tego WTA?
Trzeba iść
Grizzly
w dół od
Tableau.
cmentarza. Ulica Młynarska, Tylna 10.
Lech, the Powązki greater's helper, confessed to cleaning up corpses. However, he claims that he did it as the quest of Włodzimierz, the was chairman.
Ludzie się nie dowiedzą, kto bezcześcił groby ich bliskich, ale pod jednym warunkiem.
Dziękuję, Boże, dziękuję. Co trzeba?
Zdradzisz mi coś teraz. Dlaczego Włodzimierz kazał ci wykopywać zwłoki?
No ja to tak rozumiem, że chodziło mu o przestraszenie ludzi. I podziałało, nie?
Mam chyba do pogadania z Włodkiem.
A to jak tam idziesz, to powiedz mu, że wciąż czekam na pieniądze, co? Powiedział, że weźmie ze składkowych. Niech nie mówi, że nie ma.
Getting paid is the least of your concerns, buddy. Be grateful I decided not to snitch you to the police. Totally could have. Say, you heard this new cool thing called jeans?
Pan Szulski, proszę, co nowego?
Przynoszę trochę świeżych pomysłów.
Obiecujące. Ale nie może pan cały czas nosić tego samego. Proszę do mnie wrócić, jeżeli znajdzie pan więcej inspiracji. Tymczasem zajmę się pracą. Proszę wybaczyć.
Nie będę przeszkadzał.
Tak.
So there's more layers to this quest. Intriguing. Let's see what we got out of that. A green jacket. Haughty colors. The vest in a shade of Schweinfurt green will catch the interest of passerby, especially ladies. Snobbish pattern. The houndstooth pattern is all the rage in London. And conceited extravagance. A coat made of a new kind of fabric. Denim. To be proved shocking in these parts. I like the blend of blue and green though. It is I look like a I look like an instructor at Hogwarts. So what now? There's a secret finding ring. Rite of divination. Also more on the Thaumaturge Society. I guess we should try and work on that. Back to the cemetery. Oh. What's this? The Technicians Association Warsaw invites you to attend a series of lectures delivered by top Polish inventors, technicians, and people of science. Held every Thursday at 7 p.m. at the association's headquarters at 59 Powązkowska Street. Admission, 20 kopecks. Poster informing about periodic readings every Thursday evening at the headquarters of the Technicians Association, 59 Powązkowska Street. You can listen to people of science. Wait, is it not here? Oh. There you are.
Czy czujecie się ostatnio zmęczeni?
Tak!
Wasze żony wpadają w histerię? Kury chorują? Mleko kwaśnieje bez powodu?
He has the energy of
To
a
wszystko
snake
temperament,
oil salesman
klątwa, czarna magia,
about to offer a
zła
potion
energia.
to remedy all these ailments.
Nie wierzycie? Oto dowód. Odkąd pochowano tutaj tempermantę, zmarli wstają z grobów. To znak, że zbliża się apokalipsa. Po szczegóły na temat rychłego końca czasów zapraszamy do naszej siedziby.
Czy pan jesteś tym, który wydaje rozkazy w WTA?
Patrzcie państwo, kto się objawił. Magik tempermanta.
Hasn't noticed me standing all this time here.
Niszczyciel dobrej zabawy. Pogromca uśmiechów dzieci. Zapytam jeszcze raz, kto dowodzi tym cyrkiem?
Przewodniczący nam mówił, co z was za element. Jeśli chcesz go o coś zapytać osobiście, zajrzyj jak inni do ulotki. Umiesz czytać, prawda?
That pause over there.
Skoro cmentarz jest dla was święty, lepiej wyjaśnijcie, co to za niszczenie cudzych grobowców.
Wasza to wina. Czarna energia skaziła tę ziemię. Zmarłych to oburza.
It's true.
Trzeba odegnać te
That
złe
paycheck
moce.
must have been quite tempting if he's actually really getting into that role.
Rozumiem, czyli rozsądnych odpowiedzi mam szukać gdzie indziej.
Nie masz prawa się odzywać. Nie masz prawa tu nawet stać na poświęconej ziemi.
Muszę się nie zgodzić w kilku kwestiach.
Niby w czym?
Actually, this is way funnier than just outright getting mad at them, because we're trying to get into a rational argument and take down their arguments.
Histeria żon mówicie? Odpowiedź jest elementarnie prosta. Jakbym miał takiego męża jak jeden tu z drugim, też bym wpadł w histerię. Lepiej wracajcie do domów i przemyślcie, czy zaspokajacie wszystkie ich potrzeby, jak na mężczyzn przystało, a nie tylko po wiecach
It's
gadziacie.
going down there.
Ty, kiedy ostatnio zająłeś się swoją żoną jak należy? Pochwal się.
Ja... To już było dawno. Pójdę ją przeprosić.
W sumie to ja też już pójdę do mojej Halinci.
Coś pan narobił. Do kogo ja mam teraz przemawiać?
Me? Well, you're trying to say you don't make a good audience? I'm a great listener. An even better conversationalist. WS Leaflet, the Warsaw Anti-Thaumaturge Society, has been on an important mission to combat thaumaturgy and all its manifestations in the public sphere for 3 years now. We see the activities and existence of temperamences as a huge threat to citizens and civilization as a whole. Let us join together to forbid the growth of the festering ulcer in the fabric of history, which is the reign of thaumaturgists over humankind, which they have been pursuing for centuries. Support our activities with a donation. We accept checks, cash, and in-kind donations. Please address donations to the WS 10 Młynarska Tylna Street, Warsaw, Poland. We also want you to join the ranks of our society. Recruitment is always open. Well, the WS is recruiting new members and collecting donations. Their headquarters is near the cemetery. Follow the thread. The loudmouth and the leaflet will lead me to my goal. I should visit the WS, check how the recruitment is coming along, and maybe sort them out, one way or another. Pretty neat. I bet it's illegal, though. Thoughts of the person who created the banner are roving around the fabric like lost sheep. The first one is pacing around impatiently. The second one, in fear. The third is making fun of their present ideas. The fourth is wandering in doubt. Alright, let's see what these dinguses are located. Lipstick. Milk case with a carmine color. The case fell out of a carriage window. Well, maybe she shouldn't have fixed her makeup while she was drunk. Passionate words have said on the lid. Pleadings for her to go with him. Promises that she would become famous as dancer in the new world and that everyone would envy her. No, I have to look far.
Wypełnijcie formularze A1, B i D12. Złóżcie wpisowe.
Wow, look at that. Look at the gray hair on that dude.
Jest kierownikiem tego strasza.
To ja, Włodzimierz Konieczny. Przewodniczący
That hair looks
Warszawskiego
like someone took a
Towarzystwa
rare
Thaumaturge.
paint from an MMO and just dyed
Ty
his
jesteś
hair.
wyjątkowo bezczelny albo głupi, aby tu przyjść, tempermanto.
Start with a polite conversation.
Mój papa lubił słowo tempermanta. Miał wielką nadzieję, że przyjmie się w polskim języku. Chciałbym teraz zobaczyć jego minę.
Może przejdziesz do rzeczy?
Porozmawiajmy jak cywilizowani ludzie.
Z magikami to nie da się. To nie ludzie, jak te wąpierze, co na cmentarzu grasują.
Czego chcesz?
As a result of your decision, this path is closed. Ooh, that's a first.
Słyszałem, że te składki wpisowe, między innymi, idą nie tylko na ulotki i transparenty.
O, to niby na co?
Na uczynne ręce, które w nocy wykopują trumny na powązkach.
Co? Waldek, idziemy stąd. Wycofuję swoją kandydaturę.
Przyszedłeś mnie rujnować?
Yes.
A teraz jeszcze się tu rozejrzę. Nie próbuj żadnych sztuczek.
I'm gonna punch you.
Coś poczułem. Gdzie to jest?
I mean it. I will resort to solving my problems with violence, if need be. Conventions of the Masters of Thaumaturge. And an appendix. The basic dangers caused by thaumaturges and how to defend against them. The darkness engulfs our land gradually, first hiding in corners and alleys, to soon break out into daylight, strong and unhindered. Therefore, we're giving the readers this document, which will reveal to everyone the truth about what thaumaturgy is and what threat it possesses to the human race. In the subsequent chapters, the following topics will be described in detail. I'll probably be wrapping up in about half an hour or so, but still, whew. We're doing a much better job than usual going through all these documents. I think the last time I've had this much of reading material to go through was during Morrowind. And that's a game that really loves its lore dives. Not that I mind though. There are some definitely interesting snippets here of world building to engage with. Preface. What do we know about thaumaturges? Thaumaturge psychology. Physiology, rather. Scholarship and predisposition to black magic. Conventions of thaumaturges' secret meetings. On the power of our minds, charms, hypnosis, and how to defend against them. Victims of thaumaturges. Statistics. Thaumaturgy is a source of disease and pestilence in humans and animals. Rituals and kidnapping of children. Dealings with the serpent people. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Spells, incantations, and amulets against thaumaturgy. We encourage you to study this book carefully. A well-known enemy poses a far lesser threat. I don't know the name of the author, but their work may be quite popular with WAS. The cover pages and printed letters have been penetrated by sincere mockery and incredulity. Someone who browsed the book recently didn't treat it seriously. Trace familiar, skeptical person. Unfinished banner. I can bet this one will be the prettiest of all. Reluctance stood in the way of finishing the work on time. Misconceptions about the task cause frustration. My Noble Way manuscript, Chapter 1, Awakening. Desire to make the world a better place and to care for the weak should be everyone's main goal in life. It was no different for me. From an early age, I felt I was destined for great things. Although my mission would not be easy, and the road to my goal would lead through thorns and rocks. However, when I discovered the centuries hidden truth about where all the suffering of humanity comes from, I could not remain indifferent. I decided to fight for the happiness of ordinary folk, and, once and for all, get rid of Thaumaturges, also known as temperomancers. Thaumaturges, the dregs of society, with minds twisted by black magic, take revenge on random people for ill-perceived harm. They manipulate, corrupt minds, and poison souls, and all this is done in order to take twisted pleasure from the misfortune of simple people to achieve their ever-present goal, to assume total control over the world. He devoted his whole life to finding something he didn't know the meaning of. How sad. You know, just taking the shit out of conspiracy theories, as if the serpent people illusion wasn't clear enough.
Jeszcze będziesz mój, sekrecie.
Damn it, another word-based one. To Mr. Włodzimierz Konieczny, thank you for your letter. We have read the report of the activities of the Warsaw Society and are impressed by the enthusiasm with which they are carried out. To answer your main question, unfortunately, despite our shared goals, we do not see the possibility of cooperation between us and the incorporation of the Warsaw Society into our structures as a local branch of the WAS. Our organization would never go so far as to incite violence on this scale. We also believe that thaumaturgy can be cured, and this is a strategy we have adopted to fight back. We hope that the Warsaw Society will also someday mature to such conclusions. Sincerely, George Kenneth Carlyle, President of the World Anti-Thaumaturgy Society, translated by Janina Czyżykówna. What do you know? Does the World Anti-Thaumaturgy Society does not take its Warsaw branch seriously? Well, even among extremists, there are differences in beliefs. Letter from a Prussian official. A letter from a Prussian official expressing gratitude for providing valuable information and mentioning the money Włodzimierz received for his help. In the incriminating letter, Włodzimierz is exchanging letters with the underground, who want to use the burgeoning WS militia for the revolutionary cause in exchange for a generous donation. Do I know someone that I could share this information with in order to cripple the WAS?
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, w czymś pomóc?
Pani też włóczy się po cmentarzach i walczy z wąpierzami?
Co? Nie, ja tu nowa jestem.
That explains why you're the nicest person around here.
Widziałem. Talent znać od razu.
Takie tam bazgrołki.
To ja już nie przeszkadzam.
Follow Mieczysława's thoughts. Which lead, where? I feel like we already invested in clues associated with her. Unless it's that last one over there, that's going to be the trickiest.
Chce pan jeszcze o coś spytać?
To ja już nie przeszkadzam.
I'm afraid this is our deal breaker right here. So it's gonna be another dead end for now. Well, in the meantime, may as well get some more skills.
Czego tu szukasz, tempermanto?
We could, however, propose a deal.
Nie mam ci nic więcej do powiedzenia.
Hang on. Let me make a save. Let's see what kind of deal we can establish.
Czego tu jeszcze węszysz?
Dlaczego nie spróbujemy się jakoś dogadać? Na pewno mogę jakoś pójść ci na rękę w zamian za święty spokój.
Teraz chcesz się układać? Nie próbuj ze mną sztuczek.
Skąd? Klnę się na mojego zmarłego papę, że moje intencje są szczere.
To posłuchajmy, co masz do zaoferowania.
Offer to take your father's ashes from the cemetery.
Nie, tak się nie będzie.
No. That's
Przestań tracić mój czas.
Nie mam ci nic więcej do
that's not a favorable outcome. We'll come back to here, just like with the fisherman case. Anyway. Still have the secret fighting ring we could do, as well as night divination. Back at the riverside. Find out what's behind this case. Letter. Dear Ignacy, I am tremendously grateful for the favor. Without your help, poor Antoś would have been lost. You may ask what prompted him to take such a desperate step. Well, it started with a night of heavy drinking and a visit to a tarot reader. All at the behest of that old madman Kazimierz. It's unheard of. Madame Lulu looked into the cards, predicted an imminent trip for Kazimierz, and a few days later, he receives a call to join his father, who has urgent need of him in London. For Antoś, Madame Lulu's prediction was that if he put all his eggs in one basket, he would lose his family fortune. The wretched boy panicked, convinced that the madam had made another correct prediction. By the way, I heard that our tarot reader will soon come to Warsaw and will be staying there for a month. You have the opportunity to test her effectiveness yourself. I wish you continued good health and hope to see you soon, Jan.
Sekrety? Nie na mojej warcie.
Pages written on expensive paper, hidden in a torn envelope. The letter's content suggests that the tarot reader, Madame Lulu, accurately predicts the future. At midnight, you can visit the famous tarot reader Madame Lulu at 8 Bravarna Street. She has just arrived in Warsaw, and the rumor has it that her divinations come true. Fortunately for us, it is nighttime. Well, all that seems to be written in Russian, so can't really tell you what's written. The madam looked at the cards, and her eyes went in astonishment. Your fate is still uncertain. It's ruled by forces that are beyond our ken. The ending to the story has not yet been decided, she whispered, trembling. Nothing new here. Oh. It's one of these. So, a lot less than I anticipated. Hygroscopic gas sterilized. Oh? Adrenaline pulses through his veins, drowning out the concern about his brother. Blood mixes with the dust on his skin and clots at the touch of ice. The firm pressure on the wound is like reassurance that he is right there. When they are together, no one can beat them. Today, they will claim another victory and reap its rewards. Illegal night fights taking place at 5 Bioskopnicka Street attract all manner of face-punching enthusiasts and attention from the police. However, the brothers Soup and Red-Eye Václav remain elusive.
Co za dzień?
Tell me about it.
To co? Tęskniłeś za tym miastem?
You and me both, bud.
Ja też nie.
You and me both.
Poczekajmy do... Zabijmy więc nieco czasu.
Ah, there we go. It feels so good to smack someone in the kisser sometimes, and better yet, to watch said smacking from a distance. It's a little disappointing. I thought we were actually going to engage in fisticuffs and take on a gauntlet. It wouldn't be unusual for an RPG. A lot of them have some kind of side quest involving a tournament of sorts. Hell, even the Witcher games had a whole quest line involved around finding stronger and stronger opponents in fisticuffs. Live photography demonstration. A beautiful tune, as if the fiddle were alive and carried it on its own. For a brief moment, I felt like someone had touched a string in me that I didn't know existed.
Kołki, kołeczki, jak świeże bułeczki. Każdego wąpierza wypędzą z leża.
I suppose the recent drama has attracted some opportunists.
Wycięte o północy w dzień przesilenia. Tanio!
Wąpierze? Nie sądzę.
Jak nie, jak tak? Trupy wstają na cmentarzu, ani chybi wąpierze.
Wąpierze to salutory, które przyciąga żywa krew, gorące namiętności. Wśród trupów nie ma dla nich nic ciekawego.
Liczy się tylko to, w co ludzi
I'm glad Wiktor here is to give a scientific explanation for what vampires actually are.
It's probably one of those settings where any kind of mythical creature is actually some form of a spirit.
Kołki piękne, nie powiem. Co jeszcze pan sprzedaje?
Ikonki święte, Maryjki cudowne, sól
Kuchenną?
poświęcaną, ale kołki, szanowny panie, odkąd magika pochowano, idą jak czyste złoto. Kto rozsądny, ten kupuje.
Wierzy pan w to wszystko?
W mamonę wierzę, a jak ludzie chcą
This is your average merchant in a Castlevania game.
to ja się kłócić nie będę.
Do widzenia. I oby się na panu wampierze nie zemściły.
Mnie się one nie imają, ja anemiczny jestem. Proszę o mnie powiedzieć znajomym, w środy sprzedaję 4 kołki w cenie
Oh shit. That's a steal. Notes from a sermon. The predatory culture of the West is already digging its claws into the beating heart of our nation, the church. How many of us are choosing to visit the tabernacles of entertainment instead of worship? Even once serious institutions are turning into a circus. I am thinking, for example, of the event that will take place on Thursday in a building has always hosted only respected people of science. And now, at the time that exactly coincides with the rosary service in our church, they're planning to put on a moving picture show, a hollow clown act designed to divert our thoughts from work, family, and religion. Handwritten notes. A moving picture demonstration will be held on Thursday, much to the priest's horror. Those damn films. It must be the work of the devil. The Warsaw Gazette. Kazimierz Pruszyński is a name likely to be heard many more times, not only in Warsaw but across the world. His inventions mainly concern live photography and war machines. 2 of his works are of particular importance for the development of cinema. Number 1, the removal of light flickers and the projection of images. And number 2, the invention of the handheld filming technique that doesn't require a tripod. The aforementioned removal of light flickers represents a breakthrough in cinematography after years of stagnation caused by the futility of efforts taken to address this issue. A newspaper opened on a page describing the achievements of a well-known inventor, Kazimierz Pruszyński, who is involved in live photography and has considerable achievements in the field. Thursday evening, Kazimierz Pruszyński and his pleiograph will appear at the headquarters of the Technicians Association at 59 Powązkowska Street. This will be an opportunity to see a demonstration of live photography.
Zaczekajmy. Poczekajmy
to the afternoon,
Zabijmy więc
where the showing is meant to take place. Dancing Handbook by Leopold P. Dolinsky. Modern Dances. Oh, well, once again I ran off too early. Last note to buy: jacquard vest, fresh flowers, pomade. To do: shoes, polish, frock coat, clean.
Jest się tym magikiem, nie?
A jacquard vest, the 5th of this month. Envious thoughts accompany him the entire time he spent running errands, nesting in his head like mice, gnawing at his well-being. Why are some people born to apartments and others into village huts? Off-white. People's envy is boundless, so why should anyone care about it? The fleur-de-lis pattern is a bold move. The jacquard vest will dazzle everyone, and the ruby red will be the talk of the town.
New old fashioned doesn't know the virtue of modesty. Let them be envious. Oh, that's for the tailor.
Dzień dobry.
Istotnie, niczego waty.
Z bliska to nawet solidne 8, nie uważasz?
Nie wiem, zobaczymy kiedy się odwróci.
Mogę zapytać, co panie tu robią?
To, co każdy, oceniamy.
Let's humor them.
Istotnie, ósemeczka.
Pokaże nam pan coś jeszcze?
Solidne 8?
Wie pan, w 10-stopniowej skali to całkiem galantnie.
Co to za gamzanie z jakimś frajerem w trumnianym ancugu? A ciebie papa szczypie, aligancie dojony, żeś się absztyfikować
Importunate Romeo.
sztywnych?
6, 5.
0, nic tu po tobie. Pan 8 ma faszon. To wpadł nam w oko. I widać, że z wzajemnością.
Chłopaki, bo tu bańki będą. Jeden herhel pod kosę się trafił. I tak się akurat nie składa, że do parku sztywnych daleko nie ma.
Proszę pana, ma pan niepowtarzalną szansę zostać 10.
Let's go. We got a look smacks for the ladies. Oh, but they have guns. Well, one we can break quite easily. Actually, hang on. Let's reevaluate that. Alright. One has lost the will to fight. So he's gonna be taken care of. That was nasty. The dude on the far right actually deals some damage. Yeah, we can get him mind broken as well. He's close to being destroyed. Give up. Give up. Give up. I prefer where you just pulled your gun and shot them. That is an amazing finisher. Can finish this off conventionally. That wasn't even the quest. That was just a casual interaction that led to this madness. Amongst to a certain Mr. and Mrs. Krugutski. It seems to be a little frequented.
Pan Szulski.
Chyba wrócę później.
Żegnam.
Wait, is it here or is that a different address? Yep, there we go. Moving pictures. I wonder if they'll ever completely replace traditional photographs. Oh, if only you could look into the future, huh? And see the marvels that filmography has brought us. Including the superhero slop that are being fed to pretty much monthly at this point. The Gentleman May issue. This season's true sensation is strong colors like dark red, deep indigo, and mustard yellow. They go exceptionally well with jacquard fabrics and intriguing patterns. The authors also take a look at medieval and Renaissance inspirations in modern fashion. Alright, we'll top it off by heading back to the tailor and giving him another outfit combo. Just to make sure I'm going to the right area for it. Sure am. It's a very simplistic system that actually does most of the work for you. Because for the most part, you just right-click and easily find clues.
Jest się tym magikiem, nie?
But it's really just meant to be a means to an end, and the main focus here is the storytelling. Postcard from Łódź. A card with a view from a card with a view of the textile mills in Łódź. The greetings on the postcard are covered by a layer of longing. The memory of the gift that came with the postcard gilds the letters. A piece of wool from the Łódź mills reminds him of the warm-hearted aunt he had to leave there. A dream within a dream. Longing for dreams, daydreaming, wishing for what is out of reach. A follower dyed with synthetic mauve will enliven the silhouette. Black wool pants will add class, and a diamond patterned vest will provide some contrast. A new era is coming. A man no longer needs to dress modestly. Well, I'll be damned. We have a double whammy here. Means there should be another magazine we can check up. Partly damaged brochure. Lady Dragonfly. Come and you experience true sensual delight in exotic ritual. Exotic ceremony. Oh, hang on, that's linked to something else as well. This issue extensively covers a topic that combines fashion and technology. Synthetic dyes that become increasingly popular. The color supplement features vests with geometrical and elaborate patterns. Finally, experts review the most fashionable trouser cuts. Didn't expect us to find two sets of clothing. But there you go.
Pan Szulski, proszę.
Przynoszę trochę świeżych pomysłów.
Rozumiem, do czego pan zmierza, ale kolekcji wciąż wydaje się czegoś brakować. Proszę szukać dalej. Potrzebujemy śmiałych konceptów, niecodziennych połączeń. Liczę na pana. Tymczasem zajmę się pracą.
I wonder if that unlocked both. Just one. No, we got both.
Nie będę przeszkadzał.
Tak, tak.
So Prism Audacity. The vest with an ash-colored diamond pattern is perfectly complemented by intensely crimson accessories. Concealed creases. Dark pewter pants are indispensable part of every one of the gentleman's wardrobe. High-class outerwear. The low-key coat is adorned with the original purple trimming. Oh, it didn't save. So this, that, and that. More of a fancy Bloodborne inspired type of look. All black with some purple decorative patterns. I can get behind that. Hint of inaccessibility. Subtle stripes and satin lapels make this model truly universal. Formal striped pants are sure to add some chic. Deep crimson herringbone coat adorned with golden details. I remember one of the vampire houses figureheads in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines wearing a crimson coat similar to this one, and honestly it was one of the hardest fits in the game because he would also wear red tinted shades, and it just complemented so well the entire fit. Oh, we can go with this for a while. Okay. We haven't really done much in regards to the main plot so far, but we've played around with a lot of side quests. In that sense, it genuinely feels like we did a whole ton. Which is kind of crazy. But still, I'm intrigued. This is pretty fun. I do like these optional stories because they do have some interesting ideas. I do like where the fisherman arc is going. A shame that we couldn't pursue it more, but maybe once we unlock more aspects in mind and word, we'll be able to unlock new possibilities. Time will tell. In the meantime, thanks for sticking around, and I'll see you all next week for hopefully Stellar Blade. Take it easy, and good night.